frustrating because when we look at mental health problems, not just disorders, mental health problems in general, we are following what we call the biopsychosocial spiritual model. So, when we look at well-being in general, hindi lang siya biological factors. We're also looking at spiritual factors. We're looking at psychological factors, and we're also looking at social factors. Even in the way we look at mental health problems and when we diagnose, we don't just look at the biological manifestations of a disorder. Tinitingnan natin, saan ba nanggaling saan bang pamilya galing? May history ba ng abuse? May history ba ng ganito? Anong mga cultural and religious practices ba ang nakaka-influence sa kanyang mental health? Kumusta ba yung kanyang social support? All of these things have importance in determining mental health of people, not just outside, not just in communities, but even especially in workplaces. So, kadalasan, hindi natin, syempre pagdating sa biological factors, we have your health systems already in place. But in spiritual, andyan naman natin yung mga spiritual interventions natin. But so far, when we look at research, when we look at the current trends in organizations and companies in the Philippines, there seems to be less focus on the psychological and social factors or psychosocial factors that contribute to mental health. I don't know if we have representatives from business owners here or business owners or companies here, but one observation we have is that in many, many companies, there is not even 10% budget allocated for mental health amongst workers and employees. At minsan, nagagamit patuloy yung mga mental health interventions as a way to other activities, like stress management cum Christmas party. O kaya retreat cum outing, di ba? So but in terms of the actual interventions that we have, there seems to be a very big gap in terms of how are we really addressing mental health problems in the workplace. So when we say psychological factors, we're talking about the stress tolerance, adaptive coping, healthy behaviors, mindful self-awareness, self-efficacy, emotional regulation, adaptive coping. And when we look at social factors, we're looking at interpersonal effectiveness and problem solving and social support. And when we look at the different parts of the biopsychospiritual model, some interventions are very common amongst these factors are mindfulness, being non-judgmental, being accepting of other people, and maximizing or enriching their spirituality. So that's the biopsychospiritual factor. Framework, sorry. Pagdating sa workplace, when we focus on the psychosocial factors, based on research, ito po yung lumalabas. Not just in international sphere, but also here in the Philippines. When we look at psychosocial factors, we're looking at job demands. We're looking at job control, social support, organizational justice or organizational injustice, perceived job dissatisfaction, organizational change, job insecurity, and employment status. So all of these things contribute to our mental health. So, anong gagawin natin? Wag na lang po tayo magtrabaho. Joke lang po yun. But does that make our employers evil or bad? No, not at all, because that's part of the work, right? But it's undeniable that these factors do contribute to the mental health of not just employees and workers, but also managers, supervisors, even the top administrators. Everybody is affected with all of these psychosocial factors, risk factors to our mental health. Kaya lang, what we also observe is we have all of these stress management talks, psychosocial debriefing, or even individual counseling, and yet we don't talk about these things, these factors. Parang sinasabi natin na, sige, let's address stress. Huwag na lang din natin pag-usapan yung workplace bullying. Turuan na lang natin sila na mag-manage ng sarili nilang triggers without addressing yung gossiping, workplace bullying, sexual harassment. But all of these things do contribute to mental health of workers, everybody in the company. So another observation that we're seeing is that while many organizations, while many companies do value and they hope to address mental health problems, there is a tendency to minimize the effect of these psychosocial risk factors. And for some reason we don't know. Maybe to protect the company, or maybe we don't know. But one thing is for sure, once we detach the influence of these psychosocial factors as in their connection to the mental health of our employees, then we are contributing to a very wide gap in terms of how to provide mental health services to our workers. So another thing to consider is that we cannot assume that standard mental health interventions, like your typical stress management, like your typical talks, or typical resilience capacity building, will be effective in attaining occupational outcomes. This has been proven over and over and over again in thousands of researches published all around the world. And so anong gagawin natin? What do we see as a way to provide better interventions using the psychosocial approach? And that's, one, we make use of evidence-based interventions. And number two, to acknowledge the difference between multi-component programs versus single-component interventions. And there is a very big confusion among different organizations in terms of the difference between multi-component programs. Anong difference ng programa sa intervention? Not just in workplaces, but we also observe this in schools and other organizations. So, sorry po, I was informed 30 minutes lang, so medyo nagkamadali ako ng konti. So what has research proven to be effective? If you are an employer, if you are a company and would like to implement effective mental health workplace interventions, anong klaseng interventions ang ibibigay natin? According to scientific research, those interventions that make use of the cognitive behavior therapy as a framework. So CBT based treatment in terms of stress management. They also found out that interventions that focus on mindfulness has been proven to be effective in addressing stress, depression, anxiety, and even substance use. We're also looking, there's also a large evidence in terms of the use of resilience training programs. And there's also growing research which shows strong support for primary prevention interventions as opposed to secondary and tertiary interventions. So just to clarify, no, pag sinabi nating primary intervention, yung earliest form of intervention, prevention intervention. So this consists of interventions that informs all your employees na ito yung mga risk factors, ito yung mga dapat gawin. Secondary prevention programs focus on people who are already at risk of anxiety, depression, substance use, and stress, while tertiary prevention programs are more of a higher risk. Research has shown na if you want to put up a good mental health program for your company, you focus largely on primary prevention programs. So kasama na dyan yung mga advocacies, psychoeducation programs, education programs, as opposed to more concentrated or specialized. And this is also a trend that I'm observing, particularly in Metro Manila, wherein a lot of private companies are focusing getting the help of psychiatrists, getting the help of psychologists, para magkaroon ng individualized psychotherapy or consultation sessions with the professionals. And they put a lot of money in that. Kaya lang nakita natin na only focusing on these individualized services will not maximize our mental health programs in the company. So, research has shown that it's better if we implement programs, prevention programs, that focus on employee control. Ibig sabihin, employees get to regain more control of their lives. And programs that promote physical health. Yun. So, ito yung sinasabi ng research. So, ano yung ginawa natin pagdating sa ganito? Unfortunately, creating an evidence-based intervention is not that easy. It requires extensive designing, it requires extensive research, planning, development, pilot testing, and so on. But fortunately, over the past few years, we were able to develop a number of programs. And I would like to share a couple of programs that we have developed while we were still with the United States Agency for International Development Renew Health Project. Katuwang din po namin yung DOH nito in developing these programs. So these are just some examples which may also, we hope na makapagbigay din ng insight sa ating mga employers tsaka company owners and of course yung mga administrators ng ating mga workplaces. Pwede kaya to? Pwede kaya natin ma-implement to? So one of the things that we developed, this was from 2019 to 2023, the Ginhawa. So we've been hearing the word Ginhawa kanina pa, no? But here, we call it Ginhawa because it stands for General Intervention for Health and Well-Being Awareness. So we worked on this with USAID and the Department of Health. This is a general intervention which focuses on just 3 modules. So first module focuses on stress at ginhawa, well-being and stress. Module 2 focuses on tungo sa kaginhawaan or towards well-being. Module 3 focuses on kaagapay sa kaginhawaan or support for well-being. What you will notice is that the main ingredients for this kind of psychosocial intervention or mental health intervention consists of equipping participants with life skills, resilience skills, communication skills, and achieving social support. The theory of change that you would like to implement here in this intervention is that when people experience depression, anxiety, stress, and even substance use, when we introduce to them adaptive coping skills or life skills, when we are able to maximize the way they communicate to their coworkers or communicate to their family members and peers, when we are able to help them solve their problems, not to solve problems for them, but to help them solve their problems on their own, then we would be able to address their different psychosocial or decrease the psychosocial risk factors, thereby decreasing symptoms of mental health problems and even substance use. And I'm highlighting substance use here because substance use shares the same nature with other mental health problems. Because substance use in itself is also a disorder kapag lumala siya, right? Another intervention that we just developed is Katatagan Plus. So this was released just last year. Yung Ginhawa intervention, yon. What we did to make sure that this was evidence-based is that we pilot tested it and we conducted randomized control trials just to ensure its effectiveness, and we were able to publish our results in an international journal just last year. So this also is a highly researched intervention called Katatagan Plus, but it originated from Katatagan, which is a psychosocial intervention for those affected by natural disasters, which can be traced way back to Typhoon Haiyan or Yolanda in 2013. So because it contains the same major ingredients, naggagawa natin na i-tweak yung mga interventions na ito to fit different settings. And now we have one for the workplace. So Katatagan Plus is a transdiagnostic early intervention that assumes the various mental health problems like anxiety, depression, substance use have common symptoms. People who experience all of this, they have thoughts, they have beliefs, and they have assumptions about the world. They have negative thoughts, ruminative narratives, and dysfunctional core beliefs. They all contribute to their poor mental health. So we recognize that spiritually also is an important source of strength for Filipinos, and that sustains us in times of crisis. So this makes use of the biopsychosocial spiritual approach. So ang theory of change natin dito in this intervention is that when we enhance a person's resilience skills, self-awareness and self-efficacy, mindfulness, distress tolerance, emotional regulation, adaptive coping and healthy behaviors, interpersonal effectiveness, problem-solving, social support, and spirituality, then we would be able to increase a person's resilience skills, leading to improved mental health outcomes. So yun po yung theory of change ng intervention na ito. Yun. So this one is a bit more extensive than the previous intervention because this one has 6 modules focusing on different skills. So yung na-mention po kanina. Yan. So yan po ang ating Katatagan Plus. So why am I sharing this with you? Because these interventions are actually readily available online and they are available public domain. So once our USAID project finished, lahat po yan easily accessible to the public. And you can get training para po ma-implement niyo po itong mga intervention na ito sa inyong mga workplaces. Okay. So that's about evidence-based interventions. Now, let's look at multi-component programs versus single-component interventions. What we commonly observe sa discipline po namin, sa practice namin, is that we are always asked to create, or we're always asked to give talks. And most of the mental health interventions that we give, puro talks, puro workshops and seminars. But now that we know that when we talk about the psychosocial factors to well-being, to mental health in the workplace, hindi lang siya nakafocus sa pag-manage ng symptoms. It also talks about other skills too. So this is where the concept of multi-component programs are important. Kasi pag sinabi po natin na multi-component program, hindi lang siya isang intervention, but composed of many different interventions working side by side to achieve holistic well-being. Okay. So one of the examples of a framework that I'd like to share with you on how a multi-component program can be achieved is with the use of the CREATE framework. The CREATE framework is a result of extensive research on different HR personnel of different companies in the Philippines, conducted a few years ago by the Ateneo de Manila Center for Organizational Research and Development. So kinumpile po nila yung pinaka-best practices pagdating sa mental health programs or well-being programs ng mga iba't ibang HR practitioners in the country. And they were able to thematize all of this and come up with the CREATE framework. So what does CREATE mean? It means communicate the value of wellness. A good organization that values the well-being of their employees also includes role modeling. Merong pag-engage or engagement with employees. Merong alignment of systems and structures. There's training and development, and there is the ability to evaluate and to reinforce. So far in our practice, lagi lang tayo nakafocus sa training and development, sa workshops, sa seminars. But in terms of the other factors or other facets of the CREATE framework, medyo hindi pa siya masyadong nabibigyan. So let me share with you some of the things that other companies have found to be best practices in implementing their psychosocial mental health programs. So when we say communicate the value of wellness, it talks about sharing the total importance of wellness. Actually, if you look at other state agencies like the Department of Labor and Employment, tapos tiningnan niyo yung kanilang Department Order 208, it doesn't just talk about management of symptoms or individual sessions. It also talks about advocacy. It also talks about information dissemination. That is also echoed from the DOH department orders in terms of workplace mental health. It also involves utilizing key figures. So hindi lang pala yung empleyado tsaka HR ang involved pagdating sa mental health ng empleyado. Kasama po dyan yung leaders, other individuals delivering the same unified message for mental health and well-being. Using of variety of media like printed, electronic face-to-face discussions. So some companies, what they did was they don't just give talks, but they also give out flyers. They give out brochures. They cooperate with different hospitals and mental health clinics para mag-disseminate ng iba't ibang useful information and so that they can refer their employees to these service providers. They also make use of, they also consider the timing of the communication. So some companies, what they do, depending on the season, iba din yung information na din-disseminate nila. And they keep communication lines with their employees open. So whether it's a personal problem or a problem in the company, then they always keep their communication lines open. When we say role modeling, promoting mental health and wellness in the workplace also involves the supervisors, the managers, the administration, the administrators. They need to take ownership of these programs, not just the ones who are implementing it or designing it, but everybody in the workplace. So the leaders also participate in the activities, and leaders model healthy behaviors too. So syempre, nakita din natin sa ating mga pag-aaral na kung yung mga empleyado ay kung yung boss nila sa kumpanya nag-smoke, umiinom, yung empleyado ganun din. So we've proven that time and time again, not just in terms of observations, but in research as well. So ganun kalaki yung influence ng ating mga managers, supervisors sa mental health ng ating employees. So other companies, they also tap informal leaders like health champions among employees. Okay, when we say engaging with employees, we talk about gathering feedback on the health status and wellness needs of employees through surveys. So some companies, what they do is they send out quarterly surveys para ma-inform yung HR, ano yung mga problems, ano yung concerns mo sa ngayon pagdating sa trabaho mo. What are the things that are keeping you absent from work? What are the things that make you late in coming to work? What are the reasons or the factors that contribute to your low productivity? Yeah. They also make use of wellness committees among employees. So it's not just the HR that works, that provides the mental health interventions. Nagbumubuo sila ng mga committees na yun yung nag-implement ng mga interventions na yun sa kanilang program. Some companies, what they do is they offer wellness classes and sports activities, which I think a lot of companies and workplaces do nowadays. Some have contests related to wellness. Baka gusto nyo magpa-songwriting competition, slogan-making contest, essay writing sa company, sa workplace. These are some of the things that Filipino companies have found effective for them. So some, they promote camaraderie and relaxation through team building and bonding sessions. Ayan. So, importante yung team building and bonding sessions. Although, it's important that when we implement these team building and bonding sessions, yung hindi yung personal na buhay nila, yung nalalantad doon sa team building and then retreat sessions, but their work personalities. Some companies, what they do is they inquire about the well-being of employees through chats and counseling, while some companies empower teams to address their stressors. So merong mga workplaces na instead of hiring psychologists and psychiatrists, lalo na upon knowing na hindi naman lahat ng mga empleyado nila na may mental health needs ay nagmamanifest ng psychopathological levels na ng kanilang kondisyon, what they do is they organize peer support groups. Yung mga empleyado mismo, they organize peer facilitation and peer counseling. Yun. When we say aligning systems and structures, it's not just about hindi kaya ng isang intervention lang na mapaganda ang mental health ng lahat ng empleyado sa isang workplace. The systems and the structures that surround the employees also need to be well aligned. That means creating positions and hiring employees dedicated to promoting wellness in the organization. Some companies who have more leeway, talagang meron silang employees that are only dedicated to mental health and well-being ng mga empleyado. That's also a sub-office ng kanilang HR department. Okay. They create total wellness programs, not just mental health, but total wellness programs. Provide more nutritious food options, design healthier and more relaxing workplaces, designing relaxation, prayer, meditation rooms that employees can use. So these are some things that you may want to consider too in your workplaces. Supporting work-life balance by adjusting company policies, and ensuring that organizational systems and policies comply with wellness-related government mandates. So, as long as we are aligned, yun, mas madali natin ma-implement yung mga programs natin. When we say training and development, ito yung madalas natin ginagawa, no? We include wellness in the required training of employees, offer training to a variety of wellness-related topics, support spiritual development through retreats, and tailor-fit wellness trainings for specific groups or positions in the company. So, isa sa mga serbisyong binibigay natin is, when they say, Doc, pwede po ba kami bigyan ng mental health in the workplace program? The first question we always ask is, ano bang profile ng company? Ano bang profile ng workplace mo? Ano bang needs ng workplace mo ngayon? Because not all workplaces function the same way. So kailangan may tailor-fit yung mga programs and interventions natin depending on the needs of the workplace. And this one is something na medyo nakakaligtaan pagdating sa workplace, which is to evaluate and reinforce. Some companies, what they do as a best practice is they provide rewards and incentives for winners of wellness-related contests and challenges. Merong mga health-related benefits additional and, on top of their basic health packages. They establish metrics for health programs. So, linalagyan nila ng rubrics on how to ensure that their mental health programs in the workplace are effective, and they track health goals of their employees. So some employers, some companies, what they do is may mga trackers sila. So every now and then may mga forms na nangungumusta kung kumusta ka ngayon, and they take note of that. And revisit safety and health targets and create action plans for issues. So ito yung sinatawag natin na create framework. So 5 minutes na lang daw ako. So buti lang nagkasya naman. Right. So what's the message that I'd really like to come across for this morning? It's easy to say gawa tayo ng mental health program sa workplace. It's very easy. But the quality of the design is a very big contributor to the success of your programs. Whether you're in government or in the private sector, when you invest money in a poorly designed mental health program, you are not actually investing in the well-being of the employees. All we're doing is investing in compliance. And that's a very, very expensive investment with so much losses at stake. So, allow me to, okay lang po, no? Let me just give some shameless plugging. So if you're interested, my clinic, Ranga Psychosocial Services, we are also offering workplace mental health program designing. So hindi lang po intervention, but we tailor fit to the needs of the workplace. We also offer pre-employment psychological assessment across different organizational levels. So hindi siya across the board. We assess from managerial to middle management to entry-level employees, and different fields too, like accounting, healthcare, etc. And we offer workplace psychotherapy and other specialized mental health services for those who really need it. So we're located at Landco Business Park, Legazpi City, yung third floor po ng SMC building, yung may land bank. So feel free to visit our website at rangapsychosocialservices.com or email us at info@rangapsychosocialservices.com. So thank you so much for your time. Good morning.
Thank you very much po, Dr. Baloloy. So, yung topic po ni Doc is very detailed po talaga, and nakita natin na nalaman natin yung kung gaano karaming services din ang no-offer ng Psychological Association of the Philippines, ano?
That's right.
Yeah, dami nilang initiatives din, and talagang very full support din po talaga sila sa ating advocacy. Ayan. So, before we move on po to our last topic of the morning, may we remind po everyone, our participants, that reserve po natin yung mga questions natin for later's open forum, so that mamaya po masasagot po natin ulit ng mga health experts natin. Thank you po. Okay, so moving on to our last but not the least speaker for the first plenary session, to discuss addressing legal issues and preventive actions on service users' human rights violations and disputes, please welcome Attorney Lorraine A. Marcaida, Attorney 4 of the Commission on Human Rights.
It is with great pleasure to introduce our next esteemed resource speaker for today's event. She is currently serving as an Attorney 4 at the Commission on Human Rights, Region 5, where she plays a vital role in advocating for human rights and justice. She holds a master's in development management from the Development Academy of the Philippines. She also completed her Bachelor of Laws at the University of Nueva Cáceres and her Bachelor of Arts in Political Science with 18 units in Methods of Teaching at the Ateneo de Naga University. Her wealth of experience and academic achievements make her uniquely equipped to provide us with insights on addressing legal issues and preventive actions on service users' human rights violations and disputes. We are very fortunate to have her to share her expertise with us today. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Attorney Lorraine A. Marcaida. A round of applause, please.
Good day, everyone. Mababa. Okay, nakikita po ako. Okay. So, thank you po sa... Ako po ang last speaker, but the topic is important. Addressing legal issues and preventive actions on service users' human rights violations and disputes. So, sa aking pong presentation, I'll provide an overview of the Mental Health Act, the role of the Commission on Human Rights or the CHR, and the guidelines set forth by the Civil Service Commission and the Department of Labor and Employment for mental health in the workplace. Together, we'll explore both the legal framework and the preventive measures essential to upholding the rights of mental health service users. Di na. Mali. Okay. So, mental health care is not only a health issue, but also a human rights concern. Many individuals receiving mental health care face unique risks of rights violations, whether it's in the treatment facilities or the workplace. Recognizing and addressing this risk is essential for creating an inclusive and supportive society. Maluya na agad kayo na ang battery. Okay. So, Republic Act 11036, or otherwise known as the Mental Health Act, is a landmark legislation that establishes a legal framework for mental health in the Philippines. It aims to protect the rights of mental health service users, ensuring they receive appropriate care without discrimination or abuse. So this law is a critical step towards addressing the challenges faced by those with mental health conditions. So ito naman po ang role ng aming opisina, the Commission on Human Rights. Under Republic Act 11036, the CHR plays a significant role in safeguarding the rights of mental health service users. Okay, Sections 31 to 33 outline the CHR's responsibilities, including investigating rights violations, inspecting mental health facilities, and ensuring compliance with the standards. This framework empowers the Commission on Human Rights to act as a watchdog. Grabe ano, watchdog for human rights within the mental health sector. So Section 31. Section 31 of the Mental Health Act grants the Commission on Human Rights the authority to investigate complaints of abuse and improper treatment. So nandiyan po yung mga roles ng CHR. Number 1 is to establish mechanism to investigate, address, and act upon complaints, inspect mental health facilities, investigate all cases involving involuntary treatment, confinement, or care of service users, and appoint a focal commissioners for mental health tasks with protecting and promoting the rights of service users. Now, this mandate given to the Commission on Human Rights is crucial because it provides a legal pathway for addressing instances where the rights of mental health service users may have been violated. Now, under Section 32, the CHR's mandate as defined in Section 32 is specifically centered on civil and political rights. While this limits the CHR's role to certain types of rights violations, it ensures focused protection in areas such as wrongful detention or mistreatment within the facilities. Now, Section 33 of the Mental Health Act grants the Commission on Human Rights the authority to inspect mental health facilities. These inspections are vital for ensuring humane treatment and compliance with established standards, thus acting as a preventive measures against potential rights violations. So, under Section 33, not only the Commission on Human Rights, but the Department of Health, the Department of Justice shall receive all complaints of improprieties and abuses in mental health care and shall initiate appropriate investigation and action. Further, the Commission on Human Rights shall inspect all places where psychiatric service users are held for involuntary treatment or otherwise, to ensure full compliance with domestic and international standards governing the legal basis for treatment and detention, quality of medical care, and living standards. The CHR may motu proprio or on its own file a complaint against erring mental health care institution should they find any non-compliant based on its investigations. So ito po yung mga roles ng CHR. Another is the role din ng Civil Service Commission. Now, the CSC issued Memorandum Circular Number 4 Series of 2020 to guide the development of mental health programs in the public sector. So ang coverage po nito yung sa public sectors at tayo pong mga public servants. This circular is also rooted under Republic Act 11036 and aims to promote mental wellness and an inclusive work environment for all public servants. Now, allow me to emphasize some of the guiding principles under CSC Memorandum Circular Number 4, Series of 2020. Number 1 is non-discriminatory practices. Under this guiding principle, no employee, regardless of their mental health status, age, sex, gender identity, or religion, should be discriminated against in any form. Employees diagnosed with a mental health condition should be allowed to continue their work responsibilities provided that they have certification. So ulitin ko po, provided that they have certification affirming that their condition does not impede productivity. Furthermore, they must continue to receive all the benefits due to them as a government employees. Second principle is reasonable work arrangements. Employees who have undergone treatment for mental health conditions and are certified fit to work. O, ito naman, certified fit to work, should be allowed to return without discrimination. Moreover, it is the responsibility of the agency heads to ensure that the work environment is adaptable and flexible to accommodate such employees. So there must be a reasonable accommodation given to an employee who have undergone treatment for mental health condition. Such employees promoting their overall well-being. However, para mabigyan ng isang reasonable accommodation ang isang employee na nag-undergone treatment for mental health conditions, kailangan din niyang i-disclose, sabihin kung ano yung kanyang mental health conditions para mabigyan siya ng reasonable accommodations, para maging adaptable and flexible sa kanya din yung work environment na ibibigay ng kanyang employer. Another is confidentiality. All information related to an employee's mental health conditions, including medical records submitted during the recruitment, should be kept confidential. This is mandated by the Data Privacy Act. So meron pa tayong isang batas para sa confidentiality aside dun sa mini-mention ng Mental Health Act, meron din tayong Data Privacy Act wherein lahat ng sensitive personal information ng ating pasyente should be kept confidential. Aside dito sa Data Privacy Act, meron ding other relevant laws. Another is, aside dito sa na-mention kong guiding principles, since taga-Commission on Human Rights po ako, idagdag ko na yung rights-based approach. So mental health should be viewed through the lens of human rights. Every employee, regardless of their mental health condition, should have access to affordable treatment and participate in policy-making decisions that affect them. Moreover, they should not be deprived of their inherent civil, political, and economic rights. Now, these CSC guidelines emphasizes promoting mental wellness, inclusivity, and support in the workplace. These components align with the goal of fostering a productive and healthy workforce and making mental health a priority within the public service. Another is we have the Department of Labor and Employment Guidelines for the private sector. Kanina yung sa CSC is for the public sector. Ito naman, ang coverage is for the private sector. The DOLE guidelines complements the civil service guidelines by providing a framework for mental health policies within the private sector workplaces. These guidelines outlines the employer's responsibilities to support workers' mental health, focusing on raising awareness and eliminating stigma. The DOLE's mental health policies includes advocacy, support mechanism, and a structured referral system. So these elements help ensure that workers facing mental health challenges have the resources and support that they need. So ano naman yung mga preventive actions for protecting service users' rights? Preventive actions are essential to safeguard the rights of mental health service users. So we have regular audits, clear policies, and accessible grievance mechanisms are some of the ways facilities and employers can help prevent rights violations. The right of service users is under Section 25 of the Mental Health Act or under RA 11036. Under the law, the service users have a fundamental right to humane treatment and care that respects their dignity. This includes freedom from abusive practices and access to the support they need for recovery. Now, when violations occur, the Commission on Human Rights is empowered to act. This can include filing complaints or recommending appropriate cases based on their investigations, highlighting the importance of accountability within the mental health care. While there are policies in place, there are some challenges encountered. Despite the framework in place, there are still challenges in implementing mental health policies. Issues such as limited resources, kanina nabanggit ni Dr. Jim, And then we have also lack of awareness and stigma can hinder the effectiveness of these policies. Now, addressing mental health challenges requires collaborations across agencies and sectors. By working together, the Commission on Human Rights, the Civil Service Commission, the Department of Labor and Employment, and other organizations can better uphold and protect the rights of mental health service users. Now, when it comes to violations, the law is clear. Under Section 44 of RA 11036, it outlines strict penalties for offenses such as the, skip ko muna po. Ito yung sa penalty clause. Yung mga penalties for offenses such as failure to secure informed consent, violations of confidentiality, discriminations against a person with a mental health condition, or the administration of harmful treatment. Now, the penalties for these violations range from imprisonment to fine. Ano po yung imprisonment? Imprisonment of 6 months up to 2 years, or a fine of 10,000 pesos up to 200,000 pesos, or both at the discretion of the court. And this yung penalties imposed, these do not preclude administrative or civil liabilities. This ensures that the institutions and individuals alike are held accountable. Now, if the violations is committed by a juridical person, pag sinabi po nating juridical person, corporation po siya, represented ng yung mga taong nagraran ng company. Okay, the penalty provided in this act shall be imposed upon the directors, the officers, the employees, or other officials or persons therein responsible for the offense. Now, if the violation is committed by an alien, the alien offender shall be immediately deported after service of sentence without need of further proceedings. Now, this penalty shall be without prejudice to the administrative or civil liability of the offender or the facility where such violations occur. Remember po, pag sinabi nating Republic Act 11036, this is a special law, and a violation of a special law is a criminal offense. Okay? So, aside daw po sa criminal offense, maaari pang mapatawan ng administrative or civil liability yung nagkasala. But, however, beyond this legal framework, we must also recognize the importance of creating a rights-based workplace para wala na tayong sanction, okay? So, yung mental health should not be viewed as a barrier to employment or participation. Instead, employees who may have mental health conditions must be treated with respect, and their rights to fair treatment and equal protection under the law must be upheld. Now, dito sinabi ko na merong administrative or civil liability aside doon sa pwedeng ipataw na criminal liability. Sinasabi namin itong trifold liability ng isang tao, especially ng isang taong nasa public service or government employees. Trifold ang liability po natin. Maaari tayong mapatawan ng criminal, administrative, or civil liability. Okay. Under Republic Act 386, ito naman po ang ating civil code. Okay, under Article 32 of the Civil Code, dito naman natin makikita paano natin papatawan ng civil liability. Now, under Article 2 of the Civil Code, it provides basis for civil cases related to discrimination, okay, in the workplace, reinforcing the importance of equal protection under the law. So, sabi dyan, the right to the equal protection of the laws. Kapag na-violate po ito, so ito, this section covers discrimination. Halimbawa, discriminate mo ang isang employee na nag-suffer ng isang mental health condition, and because of that, kahit naman sinertify fit to work, kumbaga, terminate mo sa kanyang trabaho, So, isa po yung discrimination sa workplace. So, maaring mapatawan ng civil liability or damages na sinasabi. Now, dito sa pagpataw ng civil liability or damages, sabi sa batas, this civil action can proceed independently of any criminal action. Maaring separate filing ng kaso. Halimbawa, nag-manifest sa court na yung criminal liability, sinabi nung complainant that they will file a separate civil action. Ibig sabihin, hiwalay nalilitisin. Hiwalay ang hearing doon sa criminal aspect sa civil liability. Although, in principle, kapag nag-file tayo ng criminal liability, automatically, naka-embed na doon ang civil liability. Pag nag-trial, automatic na yun. Kapag criminally liable, civilly liable din ang isang tao. However, kung talagang gustong i-magnify kung ano yung damages na nasustain ng isang tao, may option ang complainant na separate ang filing ng criminal liability sa civil liability. Now, halimbawa, manalo ka sa kaso, maaari kang mabayaran ng moral and exemplary damages. Maawardan ng moral and exemplary damages ng court. Okay? So to conclude, ang bilis lang na. So to conclude, safeguarding the rights of service users and employees is not just a legal requirement. Ito po ay isang moral imperative. Every step that we take in promoting mental health, protecting individuals from discrimination, and upholding the dignity of all workers strengthens the foundation of a just society. So let us work together to ensure that human rights are respected in every aspect of our workplaces and that our policies reflects our commitment to mental health and the well-being of every individual. So looking forward, we can strengthen mental health rights protection by allocating more resources, expanding trainings, and continuously upholding policies to meet the needs of service users. Now, to wrap up, mental health rights are critical and protecting them requires a multifaceted approach. The CHR's role, supported by the Civil Service Commission and the DOLI guidelines, is essential for upholding the dignity and rights of all mental health service users. So thank you po for your attention.
Ayan. Thank you very much po, Attorney Marcaida.
Thank you so much po, attorney. So,
Very important po na
Oo.
tandaan natin ang discussions ni Attorney,
let's,
lalo na,
let's take note, di ba?
opo, kasi
of
it's important
attorney's
na alam natin ang
discussion.
basic human rights natin when it's violated and para alam din po natin how to address them.
Okay.
Ayan.
So
So,
at this juncture po, I shall turn over the mic to our moderators for the open forum. May I call on Ms. Abigail Del Puerto and Professor Sharina Sipcon.
Doon po sa may dalawang upuan po. Dalawang mic lang naman.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bobis and Mr. Dado. And now, we are here for our open forum. And I'm here with is Miss and Ma'am Abby to grace our open forum for this morning session. And we have 3 resource speakers.
Yes, and may we call in the 3 resource speakers, no, who gave us a very enlightening talk a while ago. Let's begin may we invite you? Let's begin with Dr. Froilan. And we also have Doc Jimre Baloloy, and of course our
We have-
Attorney Lorraine.
Attorney Lorraine Marcaida.
Sige, a round of applause nga po ulit to our resource speakers.
And this time around, Ma'am Abby, we can encourage all the participants present today to have or to raise their queries or questions or to give their insights in today's discussions.
Yes, sige, let's take our seats. So, do we have any from the audience who have questions for our speakers?
First and foremost, we are very much privileged to have with us a very efficient lineup of resource speakers. Right, Ma'am Abby?
Yes po.
So, can we now take the ball rolling?
Any questions from our audience?
May we hear from our participants or audience?
Can they also extend the slip of paper to them? Meron bang ganon? May nahihiya? Do we have microphones on the floor? Yes, all right. Sige, if there's none yet, baka meron tayo,
Okay.
Ma'am Chang.
So, I have here one inquiry or question from a faculty
microphones
of
there.
Bicol University. And this question can be answered by both Dr. Geronimo and Dr. Baloloy. So one of the questions would be, Dr. Baloloy mentioned about interventions for an effective workplace, and one of which would be mindfulness-based interventions. The question is, how can mindfulness techniques be integrated into workplace wellness program?
That's a very tough question. Mindfulness is quite broad, but basically the simplest serviceable definition of mindfulness is it's the ability to be in the present moment, notice own thoughts and feelings, and not get carried by it. The point of mindfulness is you should not invalidate your own negative thoughts and feelings, but rather have that ability to let it stay and exist. That acknowledgement na okay lang naman malungkot, okay lang naman umiyak, okay lang naman ma-stress. But to experience it in such a way that you will not get carried away or malulunod ka ng kung anong nararamdaman mo. And the key component to mindfulness is presence. And one very important way to establish presence is to make use of your senses. Sense of sight, sense of smell, sense of touch, sense of hearing. And there are many, many resources available about mindfulness, exercises, and activities that you can incorporate into the different activities of your workplace. Whether it's simply doing paperwork, or simply listening to a colleague, or doing intervals of 1 minute to 2 minutes every 30 minutes na work. Those are very effective ways to incorporate mindfulness in the workplace. But what's very important is that you have a structure that will lead your employees, your workers, to implementing that particular program.
Okay, thank you very much,
Present
Dr.
moment
Baloloy.
awareness.
Yes,
Being
I do
at the
agree with that.
moment. Okay, but also Dr. Baloloy mentioned about having it structured, no? So parang pwedeng mapipredict kailan na kaya ulit. Pwede ba 'yon? Para it can be easily accessed by the employees and mas parang ma-institutionalize as part of the day-to-day work. So it's possible. It can be done.
Can we
Thank
hear
you, Dr.
from
Baloloy.
Dr. Geronimo?
Okay, so I think Dr. Baloy already answered it. So because it's more of the how to incorporate the mindfulness in the workplace no setting. But For us, I think anytime naman po that you can actually incorporate the mindfulness in your practice. Yun nga sabi nila, even yung mga ano lang, yung mga 5 minutes lang siguro na break mo, you can already incorporate. Tapos you have yung mga, tinuturo nila yung mga grounding techniques nga, di ba? If you're really stressed out, syempre, hindi mo naman, you cannot predict, no, when's the time that you will really be stressed, no? As long as you feel siguro, you already feel stressed, just take some time siguro sa work mo, then try to incorporate nga yung mga like yung mga grounding techniques nila. And but for us, I think in our kasi po in our institution, no, so we have a residency training program, no, and we are trying to parang incorporate it in our residents yung sa mindfulness. So they have parang we wanted to put up a certain parang area na para maging parang wellness area, ganun ba? Parang may, ewan ko, lanay, parang may something basta ganun po na ano. That where they can go if they feel overwhelmed na, so that they can just go there and they can just parang be grounded. Yung mga senses nga po nila. Then, yun. Then, kung ready na ulit sila, they can go back again to their work, siguro. Mga ganun po.
Thank you so much, Dr. Geronimo. Ma'am Abby?
Thank you, Doc Froilan. So, pwede mag-umpisa sa breathing, no? And then grounding, and then having a delegated space so you can have some peace and quiet. Thank you. So, are there any questions at this point?
Do we have any insights coming from our participants? So, Ma'am Abby, while waiting.
Yeah, by my table, ang dami kong nakikitang taking
Yes,
notes.
I hope you could share your insights about the discussions.
Sige, let me ask this, no? There's a term being mentioned, no, several times a while ago, and this is what we call reasonable accommodation. Okay, so reasonable accommodation, how many from our audience, no, heard this already? Can we have concrete examples kaya that you know, no, are already being implemented by the companies you've worked with, organizations or institutions that you think, no, we can share with our audience? Pag sinabing reasonable accommodation, flexible work arrangements, ano ba yung mga halimbawa nun? Anyone from you, please.
Yung reasonable accommodation, bago po mabigyan ng isang employer, ang employee ng reasonable accommodation, the employee should communicate first to the employer yung kanyang, ano yung kanyang needs. Okay? Meron ba siyang mental health conditions? And then, meron siyang pipirmahan na kontrata sa employer. Yung kontratang yon, para masabing may reasonable accommodation, kailangan well-explained yon ng employer sa employee and preferably nasa presence ng kanyang family. Para alam din ng family kung ano yung pinirmahang kontrata ng employee. Now, kapag signed na yung kontrata, pwedeng nakalatag doon. Halimbawa, ikaw employee para meron kang, kumbaga, masabing, naging, tawag doon sa Bicol, parang inaalala ng kumpanya ang kalagayan niya at hindi maging stressful sa kanya yung kanyang trabaho. So, maaaring bigyan siya ng work from home arrangement or medyo maiksi na working hours para doon sa tao. So, yun ang maaaring ibigay sa kanyang reasonable accommodation. And depende also kung halimbawa, hindi na siya pwede ng masyadong stressful na mga trabaho, yung mga lighter works na lang ang ibibigay sa kanya. So, yun ang maaaring ibigay ng kumpanya, tulong doon sa ating nagsasuffer ng isang mental health conditions.
Salamat, attorney. So the term accommodation here talks about pag-akomodar kang pangangaipo, no, kang sarong taong by one person who has, in your case po, na example, a mental health problem or a diagnosed mental health condition. Pero you mentioned po, attorney, this is in the context pa rin of a transaction, no, de kontrata. Meron ba tayong mga examples na without necessarily having that kind of transaction na kontrata, pero, you know, some casually done in the offices or in the workplaces? Anything po else that you know about?
mga internal arrangement na lang.
Pwede pala yung internal arrangement.
Internal arrangement. However, para maintindihan din ng hindi lang sa part ng employer, employee, para kumbaga handa din ang kanyang mga co-employees. Kasi meron din, although sinasabi natin confidential ang kanyang ano, hindi naman kailangan i-broadcast mo ano yung specific na diagnosis ng taong yon. But para nga mabigyan siya ng konsiderasyon. So, kailangan alam din ng kasamahan niya dun sa opisina na kaya siya nabigyan ng ganitong parang privilege yun. Privilege na inahatag doon sa employee kasi nga meron siyang kondisyon na maaaring kung ipapagawa sa kanya yung para sa isang taong wala namang mental health condition, baka matrigger palalo yung kanyang sakit. So, internal arrangement maaaring sa kanyang supervisor, or sa head ng agency, or maaring bawasan ang kanyang workload. Or hindi din siya maaring bawasan din yung kanyang exposure sa labas, yung bagang lilimitahan ang kanyang yung mga mission order sa labas ng opisina. Parang hindi naman sa tinitenga ka sa opisina, pero limited na yung exposure mo sa mga travels outside the office.
Salamat po, Attorney Lorraine. Do you have something to add in there po? All right. So, pwede pala yung internal arrangement, Ma'am Cha.
Yes po.
And pero kailangan, medyo tricky yung situation, no? Kasi ayaw natin ma-misconstrue ng iba na favoritism. Bakit siya kinat yung work time? Bakit bigla na lang na-delegate sa atin yung X number of tasks niya? So, it is something, it is a conversation that is warranted sa loob ng team or company. Okay, salamat.
Okay, Ma'am Abby, we have 3 questions from our participants here. So, may I address first the first question to everyone? Is there an existing program for human resource personnel to equip them in integration of mental health program in the workplace? Attorney, since it's more on the legal issues, or is there an existing program? I hope somebody from the CSC or Civil Service Commission, right? Okay
Yung
po.
sa Civil Service Guidelines, it's 2020 yun na guidelines. So lahat, kung babasahin natin yung guidelines, may templated na doon na mental health program for the private sector. Maring kopyahin na lang nga ng iba-ibang agency. So, nasa sa inyo po yung kung kukopyahin nyo na kasi templated na nga yung program. And then yung iba pwedeng mag-add on doon sa ibinigay ng Civil Service Commission. However, yun nga sinasabi na doon sa program, kung titingnan mo, meron lang talagang mga guiding principles. Kumbaga, paano ka gagawa ng program sa isang opisina? Sabi natin yung work arrangement, confidentiality. Okay? So nakalagay doon sa rights-based approach. So nakalagay doon sa mental health policy. Sa aming opisina, nung magsimulang i-implement yung mental health program, meron na kaming nakalatag for the 1 whole year para sa lahat ng empleyado ng isang mental health, parang mental health program na nag-assume iba-ibang resource person, lahat mandatory sa lahat ng empleyado ng aming opisina. May nakaset aside na isang, halimbawa, half day na lahat kaming empleyado ay magsusum, and then makikinig sa kung anong topic, and then kung may mga, halimbawa, may psychosocial support na kailangan ng empleyado, may hotline, maaari mong kausapin yung talagang expert doon sa kung anong ikukonsulta mo. So nagkaroon din kami ng resident physician sa aming opisina, although central office yon. Pero may access ang mga employees sa regional offices doon sa aming resident psychiatrist at doctor. Hindi ko lang ma-distinguish ang psychologist at saka psychiatrist. Basta both, meron kaming parang may kakontrata na kaming mga expert para sa ganyan. And then, meron ding ibinabang memorandum sa aming opisina para sa mental wellness na yung sinasabi naming 5 minutes Parang naka-assign na sa iba-ibang division na within a day, may sinasabing 5 minutes, lahat titigil sa trabaho. Tapos may biglang yung kung anong activity ang pinapagawa sa empleyado. Meron ding siniset aside isa sa isang araw o sa isang week na exercise para sa lahat ng empleyado. At least 30 minutes magawa. And para masabing mandatory na ginawa talaga ng mga regional offices, meron siyang documentation na pino-forward sa central office.
Sige, let's also hear from Dr. Jim. Thank you po, Attorney Lorraine.
Thank you. Pagdating naman sa private sector, no, for DOLE, DOLE actually also issued Department Order 208 Series of 2020. Same, naka-template din siya. So every employer, every company, pwedeng mag-implement ng sarili nilang mental health program with those basic elements based on those provisions sa Department Order. Yun nga lang, those are templates. And that's for a reason because as we also said a while ago, different companies have different needs. So pwedeng, depende rin sa nature of work. Some type of work mas demanding than others. Some positions are more demanding than others. Some are more socially demanding, some are less socially demanding. So it's up to the HR, it's up to the company to create and design their own mental health programs based on that particular template. The disadvantage though is that because it's a template, mahirap, walang nakalagay na guidelines in terms of paano mo masasabi na effective yung program na to. We can always say we complied because we created something that's aligned with this particular provision. But whether it's effective or not, we don't know. And that's where different experts in the field come in para magabayan yung mga workplaces to effectively design those programs to make sure the investment hindi lang siya for compliance, but to make sure talaga nag-reap siya ng benefits that will also eventually impact productivity.
Thank you very much to Dr. Baloloy and of course to Attorney Marcaida for that very inclusive information with regards to the inquiry. Now, we now move on to the next question. So, hope that Dr. Geronimo and Dr. Baloloy could answer this inquiry. How can cognitive behavioral therapy or the CBT be integrated to the employees' wellness program?
Alright, so I guess so. Parang yung sagot ko sa kanina, I think it's really hard to integrate CBT the program because we know that CBT is really a structured kind of program. It's a specific psychotherapy that we use to treat patients, no, with or yung mga clients natin that have depression or anxiety. This is the most common, no, and most common use and the most studied talagang CBT natin, no. But it's really hard to do CBT if we need kasi a trained person who can actually do CBT, and not all mental health professionals are really adept in doing CBT because we need to make sure first that that person who's going to give that therapy is really parang certified or is really eligible to do that, because you might be doing something na hindi naman pala tama, then hindi pa siya makatulong. Hindi siya makatulong talaga dun sa natin, sa employer natin. But it's specialized kasi, so I guess parang it's hard. So I don't know if Dr. Baloy, if he can have a
Thank you, Doc. Cognitive behavior therapy is something that's really only done by licensed professionals like psychiatrists and psychologists. However, the underlying theory of CBT is very basic, cognitive behavioral theory. And the underlying statement is, sa bawat isang sitwasyon sa buhay natin, may 3 elemento or minsan 4. Yun yung ating mga paniniwala, our thoughts, our beliefs, our emotions, ating mga pakiramdam, at yung ating behavior, yung ating mga reactions, behavioral reactions sa isang sitwasyon. These 3 influence each other. Sometimes even yung pakiramdam sa katawan, these influence each other as our way to react to a different situation. Ang isang tao na may negative thoughts, negative beliefs about the world, tsaka sa kanyang sarili, will influence negative emotions, which eventually will influence negative behavior. ang sinasabi lang ng cognitive behavioral theory, not therapy, is that it's very difficult to change someone's emotions. And I think in the workplaces we've proven that to be true. We can't change someone's emotions, but it's easier to change someone's thoughts about the situation, which can impact the emotion and then the behavior. And this underlying theory becomes the basis for the different interventions in the workplace, not just in workplaces, but also in community-based settings. You see this in community-based drug rehabilitation programs. You see this in schools. You see this in churches as well. It's that basic same premise na pag pinalitan mo yung pananaw, maka-impluensya ka sa pakiramdam at pagkilos. And we have proven this to be effective in many studies. However, it doesn't necessarily mean anybody can just create an intervention and use that for your particular workplace. Because we need to understand that when we talk about mental health intervention, whether it's for the community, for the workplace, or even in specialized settings like hospitals and facilities, para po siyang gamot kung saan may specific dosage, may specific amount. And if we put into the formulation random stuff, we don't know which ones are actually effective. It needs to be properly laid out. Aling yung ingredients na dapat andyan, kailan ibibigay, gaano karami ibibigay. And only then we would be able to properly assess its effectiveness bago natin masabi, ay ito, effective to sa mga empleyado namin. And that requires a very extensive structure. And that is why it's very important that workplaces are never alone in implementing their programs. Katuwang dapat lagi ang government agencies, katuwang dapat lagi ang mga experts sa pag-implement ng kanilang programs.
Thank you. So yung psychosocial intervention mentioned a while ago is Ginhawa and Katatagan Plus. Those two underwent what you've been mentioning, an extensive process, no? Establishing already their effectiveness. Sige po. Pero pwede.
Yes.
Pwedeng i-integrate, okay?
Pwedeng,
so this
pwede
is not
po.
dead end. We're saying that pwede, okay? Kanina sabi, may template, but again, any interventions need to be tailor-fit, no? And, sige, Doc Balol.
Sorry, just to add, just because experts yung gumagawa ng design doesn't mean hindi nyo siya magagawa. Once it's designed, you can get trained for it. And you can retrain your own staff to make it sustainable in your respective workplaces.
Yes, thank you for completing that statement, Doc Jim.
Thank you, Dr. Baloloy. Ma'am Abby, this will be the last question, and I would like to address this question to Attorney Marcaida. What would be the legal implication of schools asking medical certificates from the students for them to say that they are fit to proceed with their studies?
With regards to schools na ginawang mandatory ang paghingi ng certificate. Yung certificate kasi usually dapat galing yon sa, kung halimbawa nga sa workplace, sa occupational health physician. Actually, yung medical certificate naman kasi na ibinibigay ng estudyante, sometimes hindi naman, kumbaga walang specific na sinabing, maghingi ka ng medical certificate. Usually, hinihingi lang sa ating rural health physician. So, pag nakita ng ating rural health physician na wala namang iniindang sakit yung tao, nilalagay na lang talaga nila dyan, fit to undergo halimbawa kung anong activities sa school. Pero kung talagang sinabi doon na requirements, medyo detalyado, kasi minsan hindi naman sinabing specific, general or very specific ba talaga ang kailangang findings na ibigay doon sa school. Sa experience ko kasi nasa public school ako, ang hinihinging medical certificate is galing sa ating rural health physician. So pag tiningnan ng ating rural health physician, physically fit siya para mag-undergo ng halimbawa training or mag-undergo ng studies, okay na yon. However, mayroon pa rin kulatilya yung medical certificate, regardless kung general yon or very specific or detalyado ang hinihinging ilalagay doon sa ating form, kailangan po meron tayong records custodian doon. Baka naman naghingi-hingi tayo nung ating medical certificate, yung ating records custodian ay lenient naman sa pagtatago, sa pag-store ng mga hininging medical certificate. A while ago, sinabi ko, confidential po ang isang medical records. Ito po ay nagpipertain sa isang personal sensitive information ng isang tao at protected po ito sa Data Privacy Act. Mag-iingat po tayo sa pagtatago, sa storage. In fact, merong shelf life, parang kung sa pagkain, may shelf life po ang pagtago dito. May mga records na yung sinasabing forever mo yang itatago. Halimbawa, sa aming opisina, kung nagkakanda kami ng seminar, ang attendance sheet ay forever po yan na nakatago sa aming storage. Hindi po yan after 10 years, i-discard or i-dispose, magkakaroon ng disposal. The same po sa isang medical certificate, yung ating records custodian, kailangang well-trained under sa Data Privacy Act kasi po may karampatang penalty po yon kapag na-disclose natin kung ano ang nakalagay doon sa ating medical records. Hindi pa nga nakikita yung diagnosis, yung kanya lang na birth date, yung mga personal circumstances doon, covered na po siya ng Data Privacy Act. So mag-iingat po tayo sa paghihingi ng mga records sa ating estudyante and dapat well-trained ang ating records custodian sa pag-i-store ng mga ganitong documents. Huwag po nating i-recycle ito kung graduate na yung ating estudyante. Ni-recycle natin na sa photocopier nilagay kasi nang hinayang kayo, yung kabilang papel, walang sulat. Ni-recycle nyo, pinag-xeroxan nyo ng iba yung documents. O paano kung naibigay nyo yun sa ibang tao, nabasa yung nakalagay doon, mananagot po tayo dyan sa batas. So mag-iingat po sa mga documents na isinasubmit sa atin.
Salamat po, Attorney Lorraine.
So, Ma'am Abby, let's conclude our first open forum today by giving gratitude, words of gratitude for the three esteemed speakers. We have Dr. Froilan Hieronimo, Dr. Jim Baloloy, and Attorney Lorraine Marcaida. I just would like to read the message from one of our delegates. From the deepest part of our hypothalamus, we are so grateful and blessed to have been part of this 10th Bicol Mental Health Congress. Your shared information and experiences made us realize how mental health at the workplace must really be highly regarded. There were so many insights from the speakers that contributed to our new learnings today from BUCN. Thank you so much, and then thank you so much for the inspiring and meaningful discussions on this morning open forum. Let's have a big round of applause again to our three speakers. Thank you po.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ayan, so may we call on po for recognition po ng ating mga resource speakers for this morning. So stay put lang po tayo. Okay, so may we call on po to award the following resource speakers for this morning. May we call on the Regional Program Manager of Mental Health and Substance Use Prevention Program of DOH Bicol CHD, Ms. Windeline G. Baluis. And also, joining Ma'am Wendy is the Chief Health Program Officer of the Department of Health, Malinao Treatment and Rehabilitation Center, Mr. John Roque Concepcion. So may we ask Ma'am Wendy po and Sir John to come up the stage po and award our dear resource speakers. Okay, so may I read the citation po? Republic of the Philippines Department of Health Bicol Center for Health Development, plaque of recognition is awarded to the following resource speakers in grateful recognition of their invaluable contribution and unwavering support to the implementation of mental health program as a resource person during the 10th Bicol Mental Health Convention at Legazpi City, given this 21st day of November 2024 at Legazpi City Convention Center, Legazpi City. Signed by our Director for Dr. Rodolfo Antonio M. Albornoz. So, to award our resource speakers, ayan po. Thank you very much po to our resource speakers, Dr. Froilan Ace R. Geronimo,
Dr. Jim Ray Baloloy,
and Attorney Lorraine A. Marcaida. Ayan, so thank you so much po to our first batch of speakers for our plenary sessions for extending their and sharing their invaluable expertise on this subject matter for our 10th Bicol Mental Health Convention and Mental Health Fair. Thank you so much po. And
And of course, to award the certificate of appreciation to our moderators.
Yes.
So to read the citation, Republic of the Philippines, Department of Health, Bicol Center for Health Development, plaque of appreciation is awarded to Professor Charina Sipcon in grateful recognition of her invaluable contribution and steadfast support as moderator during the 10th Bicol Mental Health Convention held at Legazpi City's Convention Center, Legazpi City, Albay. Given this 21st day of November 2024 at Legazpi City Convention Center, Legazpi City, signed by Rodolfo Antonio M. Albornoz.
And of course, to award also for our next moderator is Miss Abigail Del Puerto. Ayan, so thank you so much po to, of course, then our moderators for helping us with the course of our discussions for our first plenary session. So now I know na gutom na po tayong lahat, and of course to, to bless the food, may we all stand up po for prayer before meal. services and harmonizing networks with health service providers. So starting with our first topic this afternoon, to enlighten us on the integrated community-based mental health and drug rehabilitation program model, primary healthcare initiatives, please welcome Dr. Jazel Calleja, City Health Officer of Sorsogon City.
To introduce our next esteemed resource speaker, she serves as a rural health physician at the Sorsogon City Health Office and has over 2 decades of experience in public health, a licensed physician and a drug rehabilitation practitioner. She is deeply committed to advancing community health. She is an alumna of the University of the Philippines, School of Health Sciences, and holding a master's degree in public management, majoring in health systems development. She also holds leadership roles, including Vice President of the Sorsogon chapter of the Association of Municipal and City Health Officers. With her vast expertise and dedication, let us extend a warm welcome to Dr. Jazel Calleja. A round of applause, please.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. Nakikita naman po ako o hanggang mata na lang. Thank you, may tungtungan. Anyway, sa lahat po ng naririto, a pleasant good afternoon. Isang malaya, malusog, sa isip at damdaming pagbati po sa inyong lahat mula sa Sorsogon City. I am greatly honored for this opportunity to share with you our mental health and substance use prevention program from the city of Sorsogon. This is, we call it Bagong Umaga, Bagong Pag-asa, a program that aims at providing hope and brighter future for our persons who use drugs and the clients with mental condition under the leadership of our energetic, innovative, and ever-generous Mayor Maria Esther E. Hamor. So to start with, I would like to give you how to use this, okay. Can you help please? What to press? Okay. And this is the forward one, this one? Ito. Pag pinorward ko siya na bumabalik, oh. Ito pong right. Ito, this one, okay. Okay. Sige, okay. So, to start with, let me give you short background and demographics of our beautiful city, the Sorsogon City. So, Sorsogon City lies at the southernmost tip, Luzon, and nestled between the Pacific Ocean and South China Sea. This is the reason we are constantly under the threat from the natural calamities such as tropical cyclones and storm surges. This exposed our people to a serious crisis event that greatly affect their mental health. Thank you that we were spared from the Typhoon Christine and Pipito. So also the gateway to southern Philippines thus serves as transshipment point from Visayas and Mindanao, shipping goods and some including illegal drugs as identified by our enforcers, the PDEA. So with that pressing problem, mental health and exposure to drugs, illegal drugs, we decided to impose or create a program addressing these two. So Sorsogon City was established from the merger of Bacon and Sorsogon municipalities in the year 2000. And it is the capital of Sorsogon Province, the land of Kasanggayahan. It has a total land area of 31,292 hectares inhabited by 184,896 population, spread across its 64 barangays, and divided into 3 districts, the Bacon, the West District, and East District. So drug affectation of Sorsogon City as classified by PIDEA is we have 10 unaffected barangays in color green and 54 barangays affected with illegal drugs. We have recorded 2,000 plus PWOODs during the Oplan Tukhang, but this reduced down to 1,549 after data quality check and data reconciliation with enforcers, the CSWD and the BADAC. We have assessed those. Screening and assessment, they subjected to screening and assessment. And if you can notice, most of our PWOODs requires community-based treatment. Those undergoing, majority of them, like those at risk and those with mild dependence, requires community-based assessment. So the creation of this, our Bagong Umaga, our community-based drug rehabilitation program. This is a certified community-based rehabilitation program by the Department of Health, meaning it passed the standard set by the department to provide quality intervention. So we follow this model in the conduct of our CBDRP. So if you can see in the model, the core team of the Sorsogon Anti-Drug Abuse Council ensures that its BADAC is functional. So from the BADAC or the barangay level, they refer their PWOODs, they identified PWOODs to the Bagong Umaga facility where validation is done, screening and assessment is done, and then we refer our PWOODs to our health services because we know that hindi lang sa drug addiction ang problem, but also other health condition affecting their physical health. So in the health centers, each district and each barangay, we have barangay health centers capable of assessing this. So they refer this to nearest facility to assess and give other health services like mental health, the HIV/STI screening, TB, and other general health na ibibigay sa pasyente. If the PWOODs warrants referral to higher facility, we have memorandum of agreement with Malinaw TRC, the Sorsogon Provincial Hospital. And on the process of intervention prior to reintegration, we also asked for the help and collaborated with social affairs and other NGOs, and also we include the family. So, rehabilitation process is done at Bagong Umaga and Balay Silangan of Sorsogon City. Most importantly, we do the continuous monitoring and evaluation for the sustainability of this program. So as we implement this program, the SCADAC realizes the importance of integrating the mental health, not only for the PWOODs, but also for their families. So we integrate the mental health program. To give you the background of mental health program and how far we go with our mental health program, let me present it using the 6 building blocks of health system. So under the leadership and governance, we have passed the Mental Health Ordinance, localizing the National Mental Act. So we stated there and organized the Mental Health Council. We also reorganized the structure of our health resources. We assigned doctor to handle the mental health program and the CBDRP. And for the human resource, we send our health workers for training and capability building. All of our doctors were MHGAP trained and some related trainings. These are just example or presentation of the trainings we have. And for service delivery, we have a structured and streamlined processes and procedures to access mental health and substance abuse prevention services. Included in the process flow is accessing primary mental health services and a coordinated referral of patient navigation to services needed by clients. These are just some of the documented activities we conducted. Sorry. How to go back? Ay, sorry. Ala? How to go back with my presentation? Ayan, ibabalik ko lang dun. Sorry talaga. Ibabalik ko lang dun sa previous slides, please. Next, okay. Okay. Okay, so very important to us is the integration of our activities to the community, to the existing activities like mental health activities among daycare children. We integrate it with the city scholars conducting these activities. So for the health information, we created a recording tool that started from the barangay level. So reporting and recording for mental health services was strengthened down to the barangay level. This is to ensure timely and reliable information on mental health and substance abuse prevention performance and health status. So we also come up with this tool. This is our local initiative. We call it RAMP, Regular Appraisal of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Prevention Program Performance, wherein this will be filled up by our health midwives at the barangay level. Nakalagay dyan, ay sorry. Paano ba yun? Hindi ko makuha yung okay, hindi siya mabalik. Okay. Nakalagay po dyan yung, this is age, kumbaga may bracket ng age and by sex, according to their mental disorder, if it's neurologic, substance abuse, and the referral conducted, the suicide deaths, the home visit conducted, and the advocacies conducted at the barangay level. So we measure the performance at the barangay level. And this is being consolidated at the RHU level. So the proactive and effective health promotion of program campaigns, alam ko naman lahat tayo namang problema sa budget. So what we did, we collaborate with other agencies like sa school, we conducted mental health and substance abuse awareness and prevention in schools. Through the PIDEA also is with us. And the POGS, the Philippine Obstetrics and Gynecological Society, they also have program on AHIP, yung adolescent health issues and prevention. They conduct also health information drive. Lahat ng gasto sa kanila, sa amin lang yung audience and the venue. So we take advantage of that. And also during the barangay assembly, we conduct kumustahan sa barangay. And then the U4U of the program of the Population Commission, we also joined them in promoting mental health and substance abuse prevention. During also the maternal and child prenatal care and we do conduct mental health awareness with them. This is in collaboration with the religious sector having the Compassion Project. So in financing, stated in our ordinance is the assured budget of 2 million for mental health program. So this is to cover the expenses of implementing quality mental health related services and activities. So we always submit for the work and financial plan for this program. So also, we are all facilitating our PhilHealth accreditation for the out-package mental health services. This is also one source of fund for all of us. And for the sustainability and for the access to medicine and supplies, thank God merong access site from the Department of Health, and our 3 districts were qualified as access site for the medicine. So we monitored this through the LMS, but also Sorsogon City also augment the psychotropic drugs. We purchase also the medicines not available. And to monitor its supplies and distribution to our clients and to monitor their compliance for treatment, we issue this booklet para sa kanilang mga gamot. And for the sustainability, of course, we need the support from other organizations. Thus, we acknowledge the existing organization of the Sorsogon City. We have the scholars, the Sorsogon City Scholars, and the Narcotics Anonymous that support us and help us in conducting these interventions and promoting advocacies about this program. We also collaborate with the Barkada Contra Droga sa mga schools. And we capacitated also these youth leaders as peer counselors. These are just activities that conducted to capacitate our youth. And they help us not only for rehabilitation, but also during disaster. They help distribute these relief goods, and they do fundraising to help the victims. They conduct also activities for the children, not only during disaster, but in their activities to promote happiness among our children. So our meeting, our Mental Health Council and the ADAC, LCAC have a regular council meeting. This is a joint meeting. Para hindi na magastos, it's always a joint meeting to do the planning and evaluation and promote other activities to be conducted ng SCADA. So these are the awards that we received from those efforts we had. So this recognitions affirms the concerted effort of the Sorsogon City government in realizing its aspiration of a healthy and drug-free city. This will serve as an inspiration to continue collaborative work in the pursuit to maintain its drug-cleared status. So together, no one will be left behind sa serbisyong may puso, serbisyong tatak hamor. So from your servant leader. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Dr. Calleja. A
Ayan, thank you
massive
so
part
much,
of
Doc.
our mental health is indeed the drug rehabilitation for diba?
Yeah, so it's very important to know na we have treatments like this for our patients and, concerning mental health issues and problems. So this is a good initiative of the province of Sorsogon. Ayan.
So our next speaker will tackle the Advanced Comprehensive Care, or ACC, Health Facility on Mental Health. Updates from BMC Psychiatry Department. Please welcome the head of the Psychiatry Department at Bicol Medical Center, Dr. Edessa M. Parde Lagidao.
For our next resource speaker, she is a highly regarded expert in general and adult psychiatry. She holds a Bachelor of Science in Psychology from Ateneo de Naga University and a Doctor of Medicine degree from Far Eastern University, Dr. Nicanor Reyes Medical Foundation. Currently serving as a medical specialist for and head at Bicol Medical Center Psychiatry Department. She has over a decade of experience in the field, having held various pivotal roles in psychiatric care and mental health services. She is a fellow of the Philippine Psychiatric Association and a member of esteemed organizations such as the Philippine Medical Association and the Camarines Sur Medical Society. She has actively contributed to advancing mental health education and care through her involvement in numerous seminars and training programs. She has addressed topics ranging from psychopharmacology and forensic psychiatry to dementia care and the neurobiology of violence. Her commitment to mental health is exemplified by her leadership in bridging psychiatry's academic evolution and practical application. Please join me in giving a warm and enthusiastic welcome to Dr. Edessa M. Parde Lagido. A round of applause, please.
Maray na hapon po sa Indogabos. Tururog na. Sige po, salamat na maray sa introduction. Ano po, na-pressure ako. Tawago ang topic ko man lang po, a-update ko kamo about Bicol Medical Center. Ano po, pero I know everyone knows about BMC. So update lang po kung ano na nangyayari sa Samuya pong department at present. Ano po. So this is my topic. Ayan. Pero bago po tayo mag-forward sa pagpapakilala kung bakit kami Advanced Comprehensive Center, ipakita ko lang po kung paano nag-evolve. Ano po, yung BCC and ACC. Baka mamaya po kasi nalilito kayo. Basic Comprehensive Center and Advanced Comprehensive Center. So doon po kami sa Advanced Comprehensive Center. Pero paano siya nagsimula? Paano po ito naisip ng Department of Health? So una po, yung Local Government Code of 1991, and then Health Facilities and Services Act of 2013, National Health Insurance Act of 2013, and Universal Health Act of 2019. So ganyan po, nag-abante ang mga health policies ng ating bansa. So to discuss about the Local Government Code, yung ano lang po ha, essential, kasi mahaba po yan. Ang key provisions po ng Local Government Code of 1991 is the devolution of health services and empowerment of LGUs. So dito po sa policy na ito, ibinaba sa LGU ang pagde-deliver ng health services. Ano po? Kaya dito na po na-create yung mga health station, barangay health centers, and district hospitals. Ano po? And actually, as early as 1991, meron na pong basic comprehensive center. Ano po? Kasi pag nakakapag-deliver ka ng basic services like yung immunization, maternal health care, ano po, automatic, you can already be classified as BCC. Ano po? Kaya as early as 1991, nandyan na po yung BCC na terminology. And then, by 2013, yan naman pong Health Facilities and Services Act, wherein ang key provision is establishment of health facilities. Ano po? So, hindi lang siya sa pag-establish, kundi dapat license to operate. Ano po? So, most probably po, familiar po kayo doon na nag-a-apply kayo every year sa DOH ng license to operate. Ano po? Kasi hindi lang dapat nag-ooperate, dapat lisensyado siya. Ano po? Ng Health Facility Services and Regulatory Bureau. Ano po? And then, dapat kasi ang inyong services is according to the national standards. And may room for upgrading. Ano po, wag lang yung kung ano lang yung ngayon, yun na lang. Ano po, dapat you still look for improvement ano po, in your services. And then next is the National Health Insurance Act of 2013. Dito na po papasok yung PhilHealth. So mamaya magle-lecture si Sir ng PhilHealth. So yan po is ang key provisions, universal health coverage. Dapat available sa lahat ng tao. Kaya nga po, ini-encourage ang lahat na mag-enroll sa PhilHealth. Ano po? So, hindi lang yung mga nagtatrabaho sa blue collar, white collar jobs, but also yung mga nasa laylayan. Ano po? So, ini-encourage siya na mag-enroll kasi nga, ang goal is universal, lahat. So, walang maiiwan. Ano po? Among Filipinos. And, dapat po yung magtitingin na physician is accredited. Ano po? If there are doctors here, nag-a-apply po kayo. Ano po? Sa PhilHealth, 3 years ang validity ng inyong accreditation. So may category siya, kung general, specialist, ano po. And dapat nare-reimburse. Ano po? Kung accredited ka and you see patients at your capacity, dapat nare-reimburse ka ni PhilHealth sa iyong nabigay na serbisyo. And last, na policy is the Universal Healthcare Act, wherein the key provision is expansion of health services. So ito yung lahat na, inpatient, outpatient, ano po, tapos yung mga mental health, kasama na rin po dyan, emergency, saka yung mga cancer, dialysis, ano po, kasama dyan sa Universal Health Act, and re-reinforce ang referral system. Kasi simula sa primary, secondary, and tertiary. Ano po, yun yung goal nitong Universal Health Act, as well as health system financing and equity, so pantay-pantay lahat, ano po, na makaka-receive ng ganitong benefit. Ayan. So, to further detail kung ano ang basic comprehensive and advanced comprehensive para makita niyo rin kung saan kayo na category, pag basic comprehensive is primary care. So, if you are in this category, you are able to provide preventive, maternal child health, immunizations, and basic treatments. I think marami ano po na ganito yung level, primary. Whilst pag advanced ka po, secondary and tertiary. So yun yung may mga specialized centers. Like ito po sa BMC, merong mga specialty centers. So sa basic comprehensive, general practitioners ang nagpapatakbo ng facility, while sa advanced, specialists. Ano po? And sa basic comprehensive, may referrals, basic treatment, and follow-up care, while sa advanced, dapat siya na sana yung end. Ano po, sa kanya, may tinatawag po bagang end referral. So sa kanya na hihinto na dapat, ano po, yung pagtingin sa pasyente. And again, sa basic comprehensive, primary level access, and advanced comprehensive, secondary and tertiary. So referral to ACC or higher if necessary, pero again po, dahil specialized na yung advanced comprehensive center, dapat nahihinto na sa kanya, doon na mariresolbahan ko na yung naging problem ni patient. So with this, in-embrace po ni BMC na makumpleto niya ang lahat ng specialty centers na maging ACC. Ano po, kasi generally yung aming hospital is level 3, so technically dapat pasok na siya na maka-ACC. Ano po? So yun yung naging goal ni BMC beginning 2019. Ano po? Pero mapapansin nyo po, sabi dyan, roadmap, pero staircase. Ano po? Basta, ang gusto po niya ipakita, may pag-advance. Ano po? So, dito sa ginawang roadmap ni BMC, 2019, after 3 years, and then after 6 years. So, medyo malabo. Ano po? Kaya, in-embrace ni BMC ang PGS framework. Siguro po familiar kayo sa PGS, Performance Governance System. Iba po siya sa ISO. Di ba po, International Organization for Standardization. So, ISO po kasi is more on the processes. Ano po, pag standardized ng processes sa ER, sa OR, ano po. Pero pag PGS, it's more on the growth. Ano po, growth of the hospital. So, in-embrace ni BMC ang PGS framework, pero tinulungan po ni ISA. So, yan po is Solidarity Asia, yung nakalimutan ko yung I. It is an organization po na tumutulong sa mga organizations na envision kung saan papunta. Ano po, kasi hindi pwede na hanggang dyan lang. Ano po, so ikinumission ni BMC si ISA para matulungan how to envision BMC in the next years. So dito po sa roadmap na ito, noong 2019, nasa 2022 po yung psychiatry pre-project na maging ACC. Ano po? Pero sabi nga natin medyo malabo. Ano po? Hindi detalyado kung paano siya gagawin, paano siya mag-a-advance. So, nagkaroon ng re-evaluation, kaya mas naging detailed na po yung roadmap ni BMC, and this time, si psychiatry po nasa 2024. Ano po? So, sa amin, okay lang naman na, pero pinag-uusapan po natin, kunyari, isipin niyo nasa 2020 kayo. Ano po? 4 years ago. So, 4 years ago, we were asked by ISA, ang Department of Psychiatry, kaya niyo ba i-pledge na by 2024, ACC na kayo? So, isip namin noon, malayo pa naman, 4 years. So maraming time para mag-prepare. Ano po? Kaya okay lang sa amin. 2024, sige po, 2024. So yung aming department was placed in 2024 while other departments were spread out. Ano po? So ang pinakahuli actually is the cancer, brain and spine, and physical rehab. Ano po? So knowing na meron kaming goal na maging ACC in 2024, pinagawa kami ng sarili naming roadmap. So wag po kayong maburden sa sinulat dyan kasi ang liliit. Just to show lang po na we were instructed to have our own plan for the department. So naggawa kami that time, 2020, until 2025. Not knowing po na nung 2022, we were evaluated po pala by the Health Facility Development Bureau ng DOH. And we realized na 2022 pa pala, we are already complete. Ano po, complete na pala kami. So hindi na namin, and actually because of that, nagkaroon kami ng, wala na. Mamaya na lang. Nagkaroon kami ng recognition for being able to achieve ACC even before the planned year. Kasi 2024 pa dapat kami nakapeg na maging ACC, pero upon the initial evaluation ni HFDB, as early as 2022, ACC na kami. Ano po? So ang goal na lang namin is to reach 100%. Ano po? Yun na lang yung goal namin kasi pasok na kami sa category ng ACC. And nung ginagawa namin yung aming roadmap, we never knew na meron palang tinatawag na Resource Stratified Framework for Mental Health Facilities. Ano po? Noon, di namin alam na meron palang ganyan. Had we known, then doon na namin siya isinampa. Ano po? Doon sa roadmap. Pero, this is a busy slide. Ano po? Pinapakita lang po namin yung different levels of care. So, pag primary kayo, yun po yung inyong category, intermediate, and sa specialty care. So sa specialty care, 3 lang po, basic comprehensive, advanced, and national specialty center, which is the National Center for Mental Health. Parang hindi na namin talaga yun matatalo. Ano po, hanggang lang kami, advanced comprehensive center. And that's okay. Ano po. So, nung nakita namin itong resource framework, doon namin na-realize, kaya pala we were graded as complete during 2022 because most of the parameters in the specialty care advanced comprehensive center category na achieve na pala namin. Kaya pala ganun yung naging score namin at that time. So we were happy about that. So skip ko na po kasi maliliit siya, di nyo din mababasa. Basta suffice it to know na bawat center po mayroong sariling resource stratified framework. So halimbawa sa cardiac, meron din for cardiac center. For renal, meron din for renal center. So ito po yung sa amin, mental health. Ano po, yung ang RSF. Now, we forward na po to 2024 kasi update na lang naman baga po ano ang pinag-uusapan. So di na natin i-discuss ang 21, 22, 23 kundi yung 24. So ito po was the content of the meeting conducted by the Medical Center Chief of National Center for Mental Health. So tuwing may meeting, ang lahat ng facilities, mental health facilities, ang nagpa-facilitate po is the National Center for Mental Health. So ito yung kanyang report last June 18, 2024 about the status of mental health facilities in the Philippines. And di namin alam bakit naging 90.28 na lang yung score namin. Considering na dati 93 na. Ano po, bumaba. Naging 90.28. Nevertheless, we're still complete. Ano po? Pero notice that the report was done October 31, 2023. So that was the latter part of the year. Ano po? Kaya siguro bumaba because meron ibang mga services na hindi pa available at that time na hindi nakita ni NCMH. Yan po. Ito naman was done in BMC na po by the Office of Strategy Management, wherein ang Mental Health Psychiatry Center is 96.11% pala. Ano po? So yung kasing nauna po by the NCMH, may mga parameters na hindi sila nakita, kaya nagbaba yung score. And meron din sila mga dinagdag, na parameters para siguro mas lalo pang sipagin ang mga ACC na ma-achieve ang 100%. Kaya at some point, you really need to be resourceful to be able to achieve yung mga gusto nilang mangyari. So ito po is BMC lang po yan, and we ranked 4th. Diyan sa sa ranking. Pero ito pong mga centers na ito, hindi lahat po yan ACC. Meron po dyan BCC. Actually, yung top 1 namin is BCC pa lang. Pero dahil 100% yung naging score, that center was considered as top 1. Pero kung hihiwalayin, yung ACC and BCC, psychiatry po ang top 1. Ayan. So during one of the flag ceremonies, we were awarded, and also during the Hospital Foundation Day na nandoon si RD. Kaya na-recognize niya ako kanina. Okay po. So ito naman po is service capability. Ayan. So for services, among the parameters po na nakasulat sa Advanced Comprehensive Center, ang wala na lang talaga kami is geriatric psychiatry. Pero even if wala kaming geriatric psychiatry, 100% yung score namin because we do not deny geriatric patients. Kasi nga, di ba sa BMC po, accept all, admit all. Kaya even if elderly, we still manage to see that patient. Although, ang hinihingi po kasi ni DOH is kailangan may sarili kang geriatrician, which is very few. Geriatric psychiatrist is very few in the Philippines. And actually, most of them, seniors na. Ayaw na rin na lang na mag-clinic. So, ang naisip na lang namin is to conduct a seminar or workshop, na pwede kami mag-invite na family medicine, internal medicine, and there could be a crash course about geriatric psychiatry na pwede para makapasok kami dito para maalis na itong kulang namin na ECC. Kaya nga lang, wala pang budget. Pero we are working on the module on how this gap could be addressed. And then sa fixed assets, wala pa po, na-mention din po na ni Dr. Geronimo kanina, wala pa talaga kaming 24-hour crisis hotline na dedicated lang sa amin. Pero meron kaming contact number, na pwede niyong tawagan if ever may mga queries kayo about your patients or about our services. But yun talagang hotline na sumasagot kapag may suicide, or may assault, may violent, wala pa po talaga kami niyan because we need to have our own server. And alam natin na patapos na ang taon, so yung budget na allocate na sa iba. Pero we're working on it para dito din sa Bicol, meron na tayong sarili nating hotline. And it will be announced po if ever it's already operational. Ayan po yung aming male and female. Male ward, nasa loob po yung kanilang activity area. And ito po sa female ward during the fire drill. Pero yung mga building po na nakikita nyo are the male and female wards. Okay, so for human resources, nabanggit na naman po, geriatric psychiatrist and yung developmental pediatric specialist, which is alam natin na sa Pilipinas, kaunti din ang developmental pediatrician. So ang ginawa na lang namin is we made a letter to Philippine Children Medical Center na kapag meron kaming referral, we could send the patient. And they agreed to it. So, di na kami nagawa ng MOA kasi ang gagawin lang naman is to have a facility na pwedeng mapuntahan ni patient if ever meron kaming referral. So, nakastar po yung mga personnel, crisis hotline staff, kasi meron na pong nag-train sa amin. And actually, with this addition, tataas yung score namin. Kasi recent lang po kasi ito na nag-undergo ng training. Yan po. So we sent 4 nurses and 2 psychologists to be trained for the basic crisis hotline management training. So ang kulang na lang talaga ay area at server. Para papaandar na namin yung crisis hotline. So most probably in the next months, it will be operational. For training capability, 100% po kami dyan. Kasi we are able to train primary mental health workers, yun pong mga MHOs, CHOs, and PHOs, as well as meron kaming residency training. Ayan po. So we had recently been evaluated by the board ng Philippine Psychiatry last September. Ano po? So results kasi po sa annual pa. Pero we are already on our 3rd year, accreditation, and we pray, na sa January, mag-grant kami ng 3 years, full accreditation. Kasi for the last 3 years, 1 year lang yung accreditation. That's our goal. And also, I will take this opportunity, na baka merong interested to be a training resident in our department. Hindi naman kami nangangagat sa department. And ayan po, yung recent lang na nag-attend sa amin, September 2 to 13, mga nurses po, and actually may doctors din po na nag-attend, para dyan sa mental health and psychiatric nursing kasi we encourage, or we wanted every locality, or every province na magkaroon ng sarili nilang APU. Ayan, so sa research and program, ang score, yan po ang others. Kaya kung napansin nyo kanina, 0 ang score namin sa others. Kasi sa totoo po, wala pa talagang crisis hotline at wala pa rin kaming research kasi yung aming residents, 3rd year pa lang. Usually gumagawa ng researches on the 4th year. Kaya 0 yung score namin dyan. Yan yung naka-pull down ng aming score, researches and the hotline. Okay, so for the most updated strategic positioning by BMC hanggang 2028 na po, plinano ni BMC, 1,000 bed capacity, 1.5 until 1.8. Pero dito po sa staircase na ito, mapapansin nyo, BMC, psychiatry is still in the 2024. And that's okay. Yun naman talaga yung unang plano, na nasa 2024, yung kanyang pagiging ACC. And besides, ang goal na lang talaga naman namin is maka 100%. So nasa amin na yung title na ACC, 100% na lang talaga yung wino-work out. So currently, we are 96.11. Okay, ito po yung sa amin po, sa psychiatry. Ayan. So ito po, additional na lang, namang kaganapan sa amin para ma-empower ang aming mga staff. So June 15 to July 13, nagpadala kami ng 10 nurses for the face-to-face training workshop on mental health and well-being in Quezon City. So this was facilitated by PMHA and Philippine Women's University. Also, we were represented by Dr. Geronimo during the program implementation and operational planning for mental health program initiatives in Baguio City. So siya yung nag-represent sa amin doon. And nagkaroon, aside from sa amin po sa pito po kami na psychiatrists sa mental, 4 po doon are already trained for for MHGAP, and 3 natitira na lang po, Dr. Romano, Dr. Cortez, and Dr. Inuturan, who also underwent TOTS. And ito po is the program by the nurses. So para hindi makalimutan ng aming mga nurses ang emergency care, kaya nagkaroon sila ng rotation sa emergency room. So they were sent by batches. Kasi minsan, pag sa psychiatry na lang agad ang iniisip. Pag may nag-arrest, or may na-accident, hindi na alam kung anong gagawin. So that's why we exposed the nurses to the emergency room para they can refresh their skills in attending to emergency cases. And then in the recent a program by DOH, Kumusta Ka? Usap Tayo, we were part, BMC attended and joined the activity, and also Dr. Inuturan and Dr. Romano shared as experts. Kasi para siyang talk show na may nagtatanong and then sasagutin. Also, in LGU Magarao, these were participated by students last September 12. Again, we are actively participating in the training of MHOs, CHOs, and PHOs in MHGAP and SBIRTA. Tapos, nabanggit ko na kay Sir, approved na. Approved na actually yung aming OPD mental health package last September 2025, but we intend to make it operational or in full implementation by January. Ano po? So, patients na magko-consult sa amin will be evaluated for their eligibility in this benefit. Ayan. So, for 2 years, for 2 consecutive years, we are a Salud Bicolnon awardee for Best Institutionalized Mental Health Services for Workplace with Wellness Program Services for Employees. So for 2 years po, kami ang may hawak ng trono. So lastly, although nabanggit ko na kanina, I would like to invite, if you know someone who wanted to enter, a residency program, meron po kaming ino-offer sa psychiatry. Nakalagay po dyan 2025 kasi it will start at 2025. Pero meron na po kami ngayong isang pre-res. Meron kaming isang first year, isang second year, at 3 third year. Hopefully, mas spread nyo yung invitation para marami pa kaming maging resident. Pero bago po ang thank you, yan, babanggit ko na rin po, baka mamaya, you are also aware na ang aming pong department is only limiting our OPD consultations to 65 patients. Kung aware na po kayo, baka meron na po mga pumupunta sa inyong respective localities na mga patients namin for refill of prescription. Kasi po, we have implemented since September na 65 patients na lang. That is because we wanted to give quality treatment to our patients kasi kung 110, 108 ang mga OPD patients namin na ko-compromise na talaga yung quality ng care and also para hindi rin ma-burn out yung aming mga employees. That's why we are implementing that policy. Plus, we also want to strengthen those who have already underwent MHGAP training, sana magamit nyo in this situation kasi yun na po yung aming policy, 65 patients per OPD day. Okay, that's all po. Thank you.
Thank you very much po, Dr. Adessa Laguidao, for that very informative talk on what the ACC is. So we would like to commend our Bicol Medical Center for their enormous accomplishments on their advanced comprehensive care health facilities and their other in providing other healthcare services for the Bicolanos, di ba, sir?
Palakpakan naman po natin
Palakpakan
sila.
naman po natin. Okay, so moving on to provide us with information on the emergency psychiatric management and referrals, community-based mental health approach, we have with us Dr. Gibson Gabitan, the OIC Chief of Hospital of 1 Alberto Memorial District Hospital. So, before announcing Doc Gabitan po, sadly, he is not here with us po today, but he has provided us with a recorded video presentation of his discussion.
All right, thank you very much. Before we introduce our next resource speaker, just a short announcement. There is a missing item, actually a missing publication po. CBDRP Works. It belongs to LGU Tigaon. If found, kung sino po ang makakuha, kindly please turn it over to us here at the TOC or Technical Operations Center. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, moving on. To introduce our next resource speaker, ladies and gentlemen, he is a highly accomplished physician with extensive expertise in mental health and non-communicable disease interventions. He is currently the OIC Chief at the Juan M. Alberto Memorial District Hospital in Catanduanes, where he has served with dedication since 2006. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly focus your attention to our LED wall for the video message and presentation of Dr. Gibson Gabitan. Okay, while we're waiting for some technical adjustments, ladies and gentlemen, again, just a short announcement. There is a missing publication. Yung minention ko po kanina, ZBDRP Works. It belongs to the LGU Tigaon. If found, please kindly turn it over. Here's a TOC or Technical Operations Center, announcer's booth. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so since we are experiencing some technical difficulties, I think we can proceed to the next topic, to our next discussion po. Okay.
All right, to introduce our next resource person, a representative from the PhilHealth Regional Office 5 with extensive expertise in healthcare benefit services. He has been instrumental in advancing access to essential health benefits across the region. Today, he will discuss the outpatient benefits package for mental health, shedding light on how these programs support mental health care accessibility. Let us warmly welcome Mr. Romeo Arnedo Jr. A round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am here in behalf of our Regional Vice President, Sir Alberto C. Manduriao. So I am here to bring you good news na meron na po tayong outpatient benefit package for mental health. Ano po? So actually, we've been going around, and this has been published last year. And so far, only a few have applied. Ano po? So we are still continuing to inform all around the province, the region, na there is really a program as such, that anyone who is interested to apply to be accredited by PhilHealth can do so anytime within the year. Okay. So the outline of my simple presentation, this will just be a generalized pattern po. I will not go through the details since kung may interesado na po sa inyo na gustong mag-apply, you can directly see your nearest local health insurance office in your area and inquire about it. And si Albay po, we do pre-accreditation orientation to interested facilities. So we can do that. So rationale, then the objective, the scope, and for the policy statements, I'll be going through the general guidelines, accreditation of health facilities, the services covered, eligibility criteria, the registering of beneficiaries in the mental health registry, benefits availment, claims filing and reimbursement, evaluation of claims, monitoring, and clauses. So Filipinos suffer from at least one kind of mental, neurological, or substance abuse disorder. So we have reached the number of 3.6 million. That is as of 2020. So mental health is defined as the state of well-being wherein an individual can realize his or her potential and live their life fully. This means that an individual should be able to cope with the stresses of life, work productively and fruitfully, and contribute to the society. Thus, disturbances or disorders to mental health and well-being can significantly affect an individual, his or her family, and the community, posing emotional, psychological, social, and financial burdens. So with the Republic Act 11036, otherwise known as the Mental Health Act, which was enacted in February 12 of 2018, this governs the compulsory treatment of certain people who have mental disorders. So with the Universal Healthcare Law or the Universal Healthcare Act, the RA 11223, this covers the population-based and individual-based health services for financial risk protection and medical access program for mental health under DOH. So the scope of the program, the PhilHealth Circular covers the implementing guidelines on the PhilHealth Outpatient Benefits Package for Mental Health in its transitional phase toward a comprehensive outpatient and inpatient package as mandated by the Universal Healthcare Law. So the objective of the circular, it aims to improve the health outcomes as well as the quality of life and productivity of Filipinos with mental health conditions. This policy shall develop comprehensive PhilHealth benefits that ensure financial risk protection, enable access to care by adopting a responsive financing mechanism for the delivery of quality healthcare services, define the outpatient benefits package for mental health, and provide specific guidelines on benefits availment, applicable payment mechanism, filing of claims, service delivery, networks, reporting rules, and performance assessment. So that will be for the monitoring. So for the policy statements, PhilHealth's mental health package is a progressive realization subject to implementation in phases depending on the available resources. So hindi po siya outright, one time, big time na i-roll out. So it will be done progressively. Ano po? Essential medicines for MNS disorders are classified as individual-based health services. So noted po dyan, DOH will handle procurement of the medicines while PhilHealth ensures the availability of basic essential medicines for MNS disorders as identified by DOH. So PhilHealth, on the third one, PhilHealth shall accredit MH providers that are capable of offering the MH benefits package. Patients shall not be charged co-payment by accredited MH providers for the minimum standard of care. So amenities, upgrades of services, or additional services unrelated to MH or mental health shall be subject to co-payment, which shall thoroughly be discussed with the patient by the MH provider. So the co-payment shall have a fixed limit or cap not to exceed the corresponding rate of the MH package. So the contract of the HF or the health facility indicates the maximum allowable amount of co-payment of the patient. So meron po tayo dyan na co-payment proposal which will be approved or rather disapproved. So depende po yon. So for the accreditation of health facilities, the corporation can negotiate and enter into contracts with healthcare institutions and professionals, among others, regarding the pricing and implementation of programs relevant to deliver healthcare services in behalf of its members. Thus, PhilHealth accredit facilities or health facilities which will be eligible to offer the outpatient benefits package for mental health. So sino-sino naman po mga facilities ang pwede mag-apply? Ano po? So For MH outpatient facilities or the medicines access sites, ang target po ng PhilHealth are identified RHUs or CHOs, levels 1 and 2 hospitals, freestanding facilities, and other facilities with trained family medicine, IM, EM, pediatrician, or GP, including MHOs based on MHGAP. For the specialist centers with psychiatrists, neurologists, and psychologists, the target would be level 3 hospitals, regional hospitals, level 2 hospitals with psychiatrists, neurologists, and psychologists. So for the accreditation of facilities, accredited health facilities shall have a MOA with the referral center to ensure the continuity of patient care. Coordination and collaboration with the reference facility and among accredited MH providers shall be required for operational and administrative purposes, such as but not limited to patient referrals, clearance from referring MH providers prior to transfer to the MH providers, and patient tracking, among others. So for the services to be covered, for the two specific facilities, for the general mental health service package, screening, assessment, diagnostics, 12 follow-up visits, psychoeducation, psychosocial support, 25 medicines in the MH map. For the specialty health, mental health service package, we have assessment, special diagnostics, also the same, 12 follow-up visits, 25 medicines, and other medications within the PNF and psychotherapy. As to the rates, the benefit from the package which the facility, accredited facility, will be getting from each patient is 9,000 per person per year. Assessment, essential diagnostic tests, and follow-up visits will be included. Primary care facilities that are mental health access sites. So for the special mental health service package, meron po tayong 16,000 pesos per person per year. So such are the deliverables or the services to be done and the levels of the facilities. For the services covered, access to specified mental health services will be based on the health needs of the patients, subject to the mental health benefit availment rules of the corporation. If the patient discharged from a referral center, there shall be an available medicine to be provided by primary care or RHUs for the continuation of treatment. So for initial consultation, the patient may follow up after 1 week or 2 weeks, while for stable patients, consultation may be after 3 months. So ito po yung neurologic and psychological cases. So for epilepsy, dementia, and child and adolescent mental and behavior disorders, minimum of 4 visits in a year with 1 initial visit and 3 follow-up visits. For the psychological cases, minimum of 8 visits in a year with 1 initial and 7 follow-ups. Again po, pig-aagihan ko lang po makaskas the details, the nitty-gritty of the program can be discussed personally by interested facilities to your respective LEO offices. Pwede po tayong pumunta, we can call them up, we can let them visit your facility for a pre-accreditation orientation again. So for the eligibility criteria for psychiatric cases, 10 years and older, neurologic, no age restriction. So this will be assessed for the general mental health care facility, this will be done by a primary care physician. For outpatient specialty care, psychiatrist, neurologist, or psychologist shall do the services. Registering of beneficiaries to the MH benefits or mental health benefits, PhilHealth shall establish a registry of mental health patients for the following purposes. This is to reinforce access to psychiatric and psychosocial services. Psychosocial services across the country. Monitor the utilization of the benefit package. Systematically collect and analyze data on MH. For the second is PhilHealth shall harmonize with the existing MH registry of the national registries to align the data to be collected from patients who availed of the benefit package that shall be useful in informing future policies and improve patient outcomes. So all accredited PhilHealth MH providers shall be required to implement MH registry as a requirement for the processing of claims application for the benefits package. So the MH registry shall likewise provide a baseline and continuous real-time data in the utilization of the services and compliance with the set standards for mental health through an electronic passport or the MH e-passport. In the meantime, the MH registry is not yet available. The contracted health facility shall submit Annex C, which can be found in our PhilHealth Circular 2023-0018. Yung mga annexes po nandun lahat, to their corresponding PhilHealth regional offices upon filing of claims for the first tranche. So pending availability of the MH e-passport, the accredited mental health providers shall provide all patients with an MH passport, which is again appended to as the Annex D. This document shall serve as the patient log of services. MH passport shall only be issued to patient registered for the MH outpatient benefit package, so solely for this package. As to the referral and transfer of patients, the accredited MH facility shall establish an effective referral system, which we believe everyone has in place, to ensure continuity and complementation of health and services needed for MH. The patient is allowed to transfer from one accredited MH provider to another twice within a fiscal year. So if the referring MH provider has rendered all the mandatory services for the first tranche or tranche 1, PhilHealth shall pay the full tranche amount. Otherwise, 50% of the corresponding tranche amount of the package shall be reimbursed. So the referral MH provider shall be reimbursed 50% of the amount for tranche 1 and the full amount succeeding tranche, provided that the provision of mandatory services has been given to the patient. For the benefits availment, eligibility or eligible beneficiaries shall only avail of the MH benefit from PhilHealth accredited providers, obviously. Same with the other services that a facility gives to the member or beneficiary. Lahat naman po dapat accredited yung provider natin. Otherwise, we will not be paid for by PhilHealth. So non-accredited MH providers serving mental patients who are currently availing of any MH package shall not be reimbursed for these services. So all accredited MH providers shall initially check whether the eligibility criteria for availment of PhilHealth stipulated in Section V, number 5 are met. So alam naman po natin na si PhilHealth has covered 100% of Filipinos as of last year, and we are continuing to increase. Kasi everybody knows that every year, may nagbe-birthday po, somebody is taken out or being tagged as invalid dependent of a member. So those who turn 21, hindi na po sila dependent. So si PhilHealth po ang naghahanap nitong mga 21 years old na ito and above who are not yet members. So lahat po natin na nabigyan ng number, either active or inactive members can already avail of the services for the MH. Ano nga po yung gagawin natin once a member has an inactive or deactivated na validity, especially for this sponsored program? So ang ginagawa po natin, we make them avail of the point of service. Yung POS. So immediate eligibility, ini-enroll through DSWD, ini-enroll ni PhilHealth, and the patient, both the beneficiary, either the member or the dependent, can automatically avail of any service in an accredited facility. So ganun din po ang gagawin natin dito. So daanan lang po natin ito, So kasi yung details, kung may magpapa-accredit or once na-accredit na, si PhilHealth po will visit or you can request for PhilHealth to visit your facility for a post-accreditation orientation. That will be on the discussion of the things that will happen after you have been accredited. Ano po yung gagawin sa system, paano i-operate yung system, paano yung payment system or mechanism, etc. So, ito lang po para for the information of everyone. Yung general mental health services, you have two tranches divided into 60 and 40%, yung 5-4 and 3-6 respectively. For the special mental health services, that's 9,006 for the first tranche and 6,400 for the second tranche. And those are the schedules for the filing. So before filing a claim, all accredited health facilities must render all mandatory and other services covered under these benefit packages. To file a claim, the accredited health facility or facility shall accomplish and submit the following to Pro5 sa BASPO, Business Administration Section, Benefit Administration Section, sorry. Transmittal form for claims application, which is Annex H, per completed tranche using the manual or through e-claims system once available. Ano po? Sa ngayon, medyo hindi pa yata for other HIT providers. Accomplished CF2, checklist form for mandatory and other services, checklist of requirements for reimbursement, the MH satisfaction questionnaire from the patient, the mental health passport, original or certified true copy CTC of the statement of account. So the rules on late filing shall apply if the delay of the filing of claims is due to natural calamities or other fortuitous events. The existing guidelines of the corporation on the provisions of special privileges to those affected by fortuitous events shall apply. So in cases when the patient expires or is lost to follow up anytime during the service provision, PhilHealth will only reimburse the corresponding tranche for the specific phase as long as the patient received the scheduled services. After that, however, PhilHealth will not pay for subsequent tranches. So if patients naman po were declared lost to follow up and returned to the accredited MH provider, the patient may be registered or for re-availment as long as the patient complies with the eligibility criteria. For the evaluation claims, all claims shall be processed by PhilHealth, again, within the 60-day period from receipt of claim. 5 days shall automatically be deducted from the required 45-day annual benefit limit in cases where the remaining annual benefit is at least 1 day. At the time of registration, the member shall remain eligible to avail of the benefits package for mental health. There shall be no more deductions from the 45 days for the succeeding tranches. So ito po yung ginagawa ni PhilHealth after accrediting facility. We have the monitoring. This will be for the utilization and compliance. Monitoring of the implementation of the outpatient benefits package for mental health shall be conducted by PhilHealth. Conducted of field monitoring of service provision by accredited health facilities shall also be conducted, as well as to gather patient feedback. The performance indicators and outcome measures to monitor compliance to the policies of this PC or PhilHealth circular shall be established in collaboration with relevant stakeholders and experts. This shall be incorporated in the relevant monitoring policies of the corporation. So any pong policy review, this will be to continuously inform everyone na PhilHealth po is dynamic. We will continuously develop whatever is needed to be developed in terms of services and benefits. So the Benefits Development and Research Development Department of the Health Finance Policy Sector, or the HFPS, of the corporation, in collaboration with relevant stakeholders, experts, and representatives from the pros, shall take the lead in the policy review processes. The review results shall guide policy decisions regarding the future benefits enhancements and rate adjustments. So for the marketing and promotion, in order to educate the general public and increase their awareness of benefits package and promote informed decision-making and participation among patients, healthcare professionals and providers, and other stakeholders, marketing and promotional activities shall be undertaken following the integrated marketing and communication plan of PhilHealth. For the penalty clause or clauses, penalty clause should any violation of this PhilHealth circular be dealt with and penalized in accordance with the pertinent provisions of RA 7875 as amended by RA 9241 and 10606 and RA number 11223 and their respective IRRs and other relevant laws. So separability clause, should any provision of this PhilHealth circular be declared invalid, unconstitutional, or unenforceable in whole or any part by any court of law or competent authority, those provisions not affected by such declaration shall remain valid and effective. For the transitory clause, upon publication of this circular, which has been done last year, PhilHealth shall disseminate the information to health facilities and relevant stakeholders and ensure the availability of the forms in the website. So actually, available na po sa forms, all the forms sa website ng PhilHealth. All the so procedure, yan naman po duman, the processes, how to apply and be accredited for as an MH provider. While the necessary system is being developed, health facilities shall submit the claims manually. So PhilHealth shall issue a corresponding advisory to inform the health facilities once the mental health package is fully integrated into the e-claim system. So sa ngayon po, yung existing na e-claims natin na ginagawa have not yet been integrated with the system to be used for MH claims filing. So hinihintay po natin unless meron ng updates, all accredited health facilities will be duly informed by PhilHealth. So the date of effectivity of the circular will be 15 days following the completion of its publication in a newspaper of general circulation, whereas 3 certified copies shall thereafter be filed with the Office of the National Administrative Register or ONAR of the University of the Philippines Law Center. So for any queries po, you can call us up direkta po sa aming Action Center in Manila. Action Center for email at philhealth.gov.ph, and to access the circulars, all issuances, all updates, all forms and procedures, you can access our website at www.philhealth.gov.ph. So, that ends my presentation po. Again, nagpapasalamat po kami and we really encourage sa mga stakeholders na po dyan, we really encourage you to apply for this new, actually, hindi na siya new, for this program, para in your area, such service can be availed by our constituents, kasama natin sa population natin. So it can be the service can be readily available to them, made available to all of them actually who need the service. So again, thank you very much and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Romeo Arnedo, for that talk on the outpatient benefits package of PhilHealth. So ayun no, I love that Sir Romeo said the word dynamic. So it really that they are open to being flexible para doon sa development ng ating mga outpatient benefits sa PhilHealth. Ayan. Thank you, sir. Okay, so before we head on to the open forum, let's go back to the video message of our dear OIG Chief of Hospital of Juan Alberto Memorial District Hospital, Dr. Gibson Gabitan.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the organizers of the 10th Bicol Mental Health Convention, most especially to Ma'am Wendy Baluis, the Regional Program Manager for the Mental Health Program of the DOH-CHD5, and of course to its leadership headed by the Regional Director Dr. Rodolfo Antonio Albornoz, for inviting me once again to be part of this significant occasion celebrating the various mental health advocacies within the Bicol region. Kudos also to the members of the Bicol Council for Mental Health for coming up with this program. I am, however, um, saddened by my apparent absence within the venue and therefore cannot deliver this lecture personally, as I am occupied with the post-disaster response of the provincial government of Catanduanes and its entire health system. Perhaps everyone is already aware that our island has been severely badly hit by Super Typhoon Pipito here in Catanduanes a few days ago. But of course, we are resilient. So wala pong bagyo na makakapigil sa akin para hindi kayo makasama, maski virtually lamang po. So for today, I am here to talk on emergency psychiatric management and referrals with particular emphasis on community-based mental health program approach. And here are the contents of my talk, beginning with a brief introduction and some clarifications on the extent of this topic, followed by a brief discussion on psychiatric emergencies, eventually leading to a discussion on the management of persons with agitated and aggressive behavior, and finally infusing this discussion with our experiences in the implementation of our community-based mental health program and how we deal with psychiatric emergencies in the community. So, before anything else, let us first recall a perspective on the status of mental health care worldwide. The World Health Organization, through a document published as the MHGAP Intervention Guide, stated that mental, neurological, and substance use or MNS disorders are highly prevalent, accounting for a large burden of disease and disability globally. Now, apparently, there remains a wide gap between the available health system capacity and resources and to those that actually receive mental health care. As a matter of fact, nearly 1 in 10 people have a mental health disorder. So considering the total population of the world, that is quite considerable, you know. But only 1% of the global health workforce provides mental health care. And this is the reason why the Department of Health and in cooperation with the World Health Organization would like to bridge this gap through capacitating low resource areas, especially those in community healthcare setting, in the management and diagnosis and treatment of common mental health disorders. That is why even in communities, psychiatric emergencies can already be given initial treatment prior to referral. However, let us not be confused with certain terminologies and certain situations. I felt like I need to clarify some things so that when we go along with our discussion, we are on equal footing. No, so there is also such a thing as a community-based approach on how to deal with mental health in emergencies in general. No, so most people, when they are affected like with emergencies or calamities such as earthquakes or even storm, no, super typhoons, even fire, war, they will of course experience distress, and this would be like feelings of anxiety and sadness, hopelessness, difficulty in sleeping, fatigue, irritability and anger, and even muscle aches and pains. No, these experiences are actually normal and will, for most people, improve over a certain course of time. However, people with severe mental illness, especially those people that have been diagnosed with certain mental health illnesses prior to the calamity or the catastrophe or the emergency, like those people experiencing already with depression or with psychosis or even anxiety, they are especially vulnerable during emergencies and need access to mental health care and other basic services. And this is actually how the mental health and psychosocial support concept is beneficial to these people, no? And the community-based approach in delivering these MHPSS services is not going to be our topic for today. because we are going to talk about the situations that can be considered an emergency for those people already suffering from any form of mental health issue. And these are psychiatric emergencies. This is defined by Kaplan and Sadok as a disturbance in thought, feelings, or actions that require immediate treatment. No? This is opposed to the emergencies that happen to people which are external emergencies, the ones that we talked about earlier. No, like calamities, war, famine, accidents, no? These are external emergencies, while psychiatric emergencies are internal emergencies that happen to people that cause them to have disturbances in their thoughts. And these are instances when there is danger already to themselves, no, like suicidal attempts or dangers that they pose to others, like violent and aggressive behaviors that cause them to inflict harm to other people. And these are the various types of psychiatric emergencies as detailed by Zeller in 2010. Now, these are the various instances where you can encounter in your community that you can consider actually as a psychiatric emergency. So, number one would be suicidal attempt in ideation. So, the one that we talked about earlier. Ano? So, even ideation pa lang po kapag ka nag-threaten na yung taong yon, nasasaktan niya ang sarili niya, we can consider that as an emergency already. Like I said, agitation, violent and disruptive behavior, and even psychosis leading to dangerous behavior and thoughts. No? So these are people who have been previously diagnosed with schizophrenia, for example, who have been stable initially, and then either na lost to follow up or went to other place and were not already taking their medication for a while, tapos bumalik na naman ang mga symptoms, no? So sometimes pag bumabalik ang mga symptoms, they can be really be violent, no? And even people suffering from mania, no? Because these people and or patients already engaged in a dangerous behavior, no? So that may already pose danger to themselves or to other people. Intoxication states also, especially with alcohol or other psychoactive substances like stimulants, we can consider that also as psychiatric emergencies, especially when already associated with aggressive and violent behavior. Also anxiety, syempre, and other presentations and exclusions. No, included here are acute dystonic reactions. No, especially when you suspect that the patient's symptoms are secondary to a possible intake of older generation antipsychotics like haloperidol or chlorpromazine. Sometimes this patient would present at the ER with a painful spasm of certain muscles, like sometimes nagtutwitch ang neck, or ang iba I've seen people na nagpo-protrude yung tongue, no? Or even tumataas yung mata na hindi nila mapigilan. No? So these reactions can actually be very nakakatakot for the relatives na nakikita nila na ganun ang pasyente nila, and this can even be a cause for non-compliance to treatment. So anyway, when you are presented in the community with, especially with your patients that you have been previously treating, no, so you can consider that also as an emergency. And there are other clarifications that we need to discuss also, no? So our succeeding discussion will focus mainly on low resource settings. So hindi po applicable sa mga bigger hospitals or mga end referral hospitals. These recommendations actually are applicable in communities managed by the municipal health officer and other primary care physicians, especially those that have already been trained with the MHGAP intervention guide, no? And then it would also contain protocols for clinical decision making, which can be delivered by non-specialized staff like the nurses or other staff in your healthcare setting. So let us move on to our discussion on the management of patients with agitation or aggressive behavior. No, so for first and foremost, you always have to consider safety. No, safety first lagi. No, so you don't need to face the patient alone. In all instances, you need to seek the help of the barangay tanods if you are in the community or the barangay officials. No, you don't need to face them alone. Also, in some instances, you need also to seek the help of the police. No, so for the family members naman, sometimes they have difficulty in bringing the patient to the health centers or even to the acute psychiatric units because inaantay pa nila na sumama sa kanila yung patient. No? So, sometimes I would interview family members na sasabihin nila kasi madonong, mag-iba, so ayaw daw sumama. No? So, natural naman na hindi talaga sasama kasi actually, most of these patients would not even recognize that they need help. No? So, they wouldn't recognize that they need emergency or immediate urgent medical treatment. No? That's why hindi naman sila sasama. For them, they need to address yung kanilang anxiety at present or kanilang behavior at present. No? So, I would always advise this family members to make a decision for the patient themselves na. No? So, kailangan na nilang gumawa ng desisyon para sa kanilang mga pasyente. So sila na mismo ang tatawag dapat ng tulong ng barangay, no, yung mga tanod and the barangay officials or even the police. No? So hindi na nila aantayin pa na mag-oo ang patient to come with them. No? So those are important considerations. So these are the various recommendations as outlined from the WHO MHGAP Intervention Guide. So when you are facing a patient, you're assessing a patient who is presenting with aggressive and violent behavior, no, always have to communicate with the person first. No? So you can actually obtain valuable information as to the current mental state of the patient. No? And also there are various things you need to consider. When it is available in your center, you check for blood glucose because severe fluctuation in blood glucose levels can also manifest with aggressive or even irritable behavior. No? So if low in blood glucose, then you give glucose. You also have to check for vital signs, so blood pressure, temperature, and oxygen saturation. So if the oxygen saturation, especially if below 95% already, so you give oxygen if needed, no? And then also you rule out delirium and other medical causes including poisoning. So very, very high temperature may sometimes manifest with irritability, no? And you always have to have some form of index of suspicion. Baka mamaya nakainom naman ang patient na kung ano, no? Especially prior to the occurrence of the violent and aggressive behavior, baka may ininom siya na something, no? So, you really need to talk also to the relatives, no? And also, you have to rule out drug and alcohol use, especially if merong history talaga ang patient ng mga gamit ng mga psychoactive substances, no? For example, especially if during stimulant intoxication, this may also manifest with the violent and aggressive behavior, and also withdrawal states. No, withdrawal states of alcohol and sedatives. No, usually kasi alcohol is a depressant, so sedative siya, and usually ang withdrawal states kasi opposite from the usual effect of that psychoactive drug. No? So for example, with alcohol and sedative, so mababa ang mga mababa ang mga vital signs kasi depressant nga sila. So during withdrawal states, opposite naman. So they may manifest with severe agitation, even violent behavior, no? Also, again, you need to rule out agitation due to psychosis. Baka naman po ang patient was already diagnosed before with schizophrenia. So, na hindi na lang umiinom ng gamot again. And also, you need also to rule out mania, no? A manic episode in a bipolar disorder. So, kung previously diagnosed with bipolar disorder or throughout your history na nakita niyo na may mga changes, fluctuations sa mood, no? So, mayroong mga episodes na depressed, and then finally, sometimes ang patient nagma-manifest with manic behavior. So baka mamaya you are looking at a patient who is in the manic state of a bipolar disorder. So these are the various considerations you need to think about when you are assessing these patients. So how do you communicate with the patient, no? So again, uulitin natin ang reminder that safety is always very important, no? In my case, whenever I see a patient, especially in my clinic at the acute psychiatric unit, I always have a route of escape, no? So ganun din naman sa community. When you are facing patients with violent and aggressive behavior, you need to find out where you can escape, just in case that the situation may escalate into something that is already difficult, no? Especially kung talagang feeling nyo masasaktan na kayo. So, lagi nyong i-consider ang safety, and like I said, like I said earlier, no, you need to seek the help of the barangay tanods or even the police, no? So when you talk to this patient, you need always to remain calm and encourage the patient to talk about his or her concerns. No, you use a calm voice and try to address the concerns if possible. So wag niyong sasabayan ang taas ng boses ng patient. Baka mamaya niyan maging threatening pa kayo sa kanya at mas lalo talaga kayong masasaktan. So listen attentively, devote time to the person. Kagaya nga ng sabi ko kanina, always attempt to talk to the person and never laugh at the person. Now, sometimes laughing can actually be misconstrued as something threatening. No? So, baka mamaya maisip ng patient na judgmental kayo, mas lalo talaga kayong masasaktan. Ano po? Also, another important consideration when dealing with this patient or when communicating with a person manifesting with aggressive and violent behavior is that you don't need to be aggressive back. No, hindi kayo dapat confrontational. So, if galit ang patient, galit din kayo. So, hindi pwede yung ganon. Ano po? Mas lalo kayong magiging threatening sa kanya at baka talaga masaktan kayo. Ano po? So, try to find the source of problems and solutions for the person and involve the carers and other staff members. It's very important that you need to gather significant collateral information. No? So always talk with the family members to whom the patient lives with. No? So yung kasama talaga sa bahay, because these people can actually give you significant information on the behavior of the patient and may actually be useful to you for your diagnosis. No? Also, remove from the situation anyone who may be a trigger for the aggression. And very, very common po ito, especially with the patients that I see at the ER, no, sometimes ang focus talaga ng anger nila, ng aggression nila are actually the immediate family members like yung nanay or yung tatay. Sometimes they would be threatening kasi iniisip nila na nilalason sila or nagagalit sila bakit sila pinosasan or dinala sa ospital na hindi nila gusto, no? So if in case naman that you have found out na the aggression really is directed towards a certain person na kasama nyo at that moment, so you kindly talk to that person at paalisin nyo muna for a while so that kahit papaano medyo bumaba ang emotions ng patient. Ano po? So, if all possibilities have been exhausted and the person is still aggressive, then it may be necessary to use medication. So, ito na po yung time na magbibigay na tayo ng medication in order to prevent injury. So let us now discuss the use of medications in sedating the violent and aggressive behavior. No? So in my experience, I would always advise the primary care physician to at least man lang procure this medication so that it can be part of your armamentarium in delivering emergency treatment, at least man lang initial treatment or initial doses before you refer the patient to a higher level of care. Again, for this purpose, sedation actually is really needed in order to prevent further injury. Further injury to the patient and also to other people, no? So, including the healthcare provider, no? So that's why we need to sedate the patient. And for agitation due to psychosis or mania, no, you consider the use of haloperidol palmitate, no, 2 milligrams per RM or IM hourly up to 5 doses for a maximum dose of 10 milligrams. No? So, usually the haloperidol palmitate would come in 1 ml ampule of 5 milligram dose. No? So, ang recommendation po according to the WHO MHGAP intervention guide is for us to give haloperidol 2 milligrams. So, that's about 0.4 ml of a 1 ml ampule of 5 milligram haloperidol. So you can give that hourly. No? So up to 5 doses for a maximum of 10 milligrams. No? Since haloperidol po is an older generation antipsychotics, you always have to have an index of suspicion or kailangan yung i-monitor ang patient for acute dystonic reactions like the one we mentioned earlier. No? So ito yung mga nagkakaroon ng painful muscle spasms, nagtataas ang mata, or nagtutwist ang neck, lumalabas ang dila, or some portions of the extremities nagtutwist and nagiging hard, no, and sumasakit talaga at naninigas, no. And in this situation, you may give biperidine 2 milligrams to treat acute reactions, no. So, yun ang mga kailangang things to watch out for. Now, however, for agitation due to ingestion of substances, psychoactive substances such as alcohol and sedative withdrawal or stimulant intoxication, we may use diazepam 10 to 20 milligrams per RM and repeat as needed. No? So, just have to monitor for respiratory depression because these are possible side effects of diazepam. However, in cases of extreme violence, you may need to use higher doses of haloperidol. Again, you need to seek the help from police or your staff or in the community. Kailangan andyan present ang inyong mga barangay tanod or yung mga barangay officials, no, to help you out. No, so you may need to use higher doses of haloperidol, and in this instance, you can give 5 milligrams or isang buong ampule na po yan. Ano? IM. And repeat the dose in 15 to 30 minutes if needed for a maximum of 15 milligrams. No? At least man lang po talaga makapag-give kayo ng loading dose man lang or initial doses before you refer the patient to a specialist. No? So before you transfer the patient to somewhere distant, at least one lang po at your end in the community, you have already given a sedative, no, something that would help out to decrease the aggression and the violence of the patient. So yun talaga naman talaga ang purpose. If the person remains agitated, you recheck the oxygen saturation, so you recheck the vital signs again. No? So baka mamaya talaga merong underlying medical condition ang patient, or the patient may already be having painful condition. So baka kaya sumisigaw kasi may masakit pala talaga sa kanya. No, so these are instances that you need to refer the patient to the hospital agad-agad. No, so once the agitation subsides, you refer now to the master chart in the MHGAP intervention guide to select the relevant modules for assessment. So once na-manage na yung aggression and violent behavior, then you decide on if the patient is having psychosis or bipolar or anxiety, then you manage accordingly. And so let us now discuss the referral system that we follow in the implementation of our community-based mental health program in the island province of Catanduanes. When the patient gets admitted to our center, no? So these are patients manifesting with violent and aggressive behavior or those instances where we can consider as psychiatric emergencies, the one we discussed earlier. No? So at your end in the community, you have given initial doses of IM medications, and then you refer the patient to our center for admission. So we manage the patient as an inpatient for a maximum of 2 weeks, and the necessary records are patient chart and PhilHealth MSE form. And then when the patient do not improve within 2 weeks, we refer the patient to a higher level of care. And for the past several years, we have always referred to Don Susano Memorial Hospital in Camarines Sur. Also, for this year, we have included another referral center, which is Eastern Bicol Medical Center in Verac, for patients with significant comorbidities already or those with medico-legal considerations. So we need to do a referral letter for that. If the patient improves, in most cases naman po, around mga above 90% naman, nag-i-improve naman ang patient. So we discharge the patient, and the first follow-up is within 2 weeks. No? So we give patients home instructions and patient booklet, and then the patient is subjected to OPD treatments already. No? So this already has some forms of modification for the past year. We do not just cater to face-to-face consultations in the OPD, but also telehealth consultations already. No? So once the patient becomes stable, we proceed to the next portion. So during OPD treatment, if the patient is stable, the duration may be every month, every 2 months, or every 3 months, depending on the severity of symptoms. No? So when the patient is considered symptom-free, we transfer back the patient to the RHU of origin for continuation of treatment. So sila naman po ang nag-implement na ng MHGAP at their own level, and then if and when the patient again manifests with acute psychiatric emergency, then they give the appropriate initial doses at the community, then refer back to us for further treatment again. So the same process is repeated all over again. So, in summary, in order to bridge the gap between available mental health systems and resources and the actual delivery of mental health care, community health settings are capacitated in mental health care, including handling of psychiatric emergencies. And this is through the MHGAP Intervention Guide. Emergency psychiatric conditions are disturbances in thoughts, feelings, or actions that require immediate clinical attention, which may include suicidal attempts and ideations and aggressive behavior that may cause harm to others, as well as acute intoxication and withdrawal states of psychoactive substances and even acute dystonic reactions of psychotropic drugs. Furthermore, these psychiatric emergencies may be managed through injectable drugs like haloperidol that act immediately to sedate the patient and to prevent further injuries. No? So community-based approaches focus on the delivery of mental health care so that emergent management can be given even at the community setting prior to referral. Thank you for your kind attention, and please have a good day.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Gibson Gabitan, for discussing the emergency psychiatric management and referral. So I hope our health facilities and partners will take note of Dr. Gibson's discussion so you could adopt this your style of managing our patients in your health facilities as well. Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to recognize the presence of Dr. Baby Boy Benjamin D. Nebres III, the president of Bicol University. A round of applause, please. And of course, we would also like to recognize the presence of Miss Cherry O. Oringo of CBM Global Disability Inclusion. Another round of applause, please. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Dr. Nebres, for your presence today.
Okay, thank you po sa pagdating. Thank you po for attending. All right, so let us now proceed to the next portion of our program, to our open forum. So I will pass the mic once again to our moderators, to Ms. Wendeline Baluis and Ms. Abigail Del Puerto.
Hello, good afternoon. Ayan, so kailangan gising pa, no? Hanggang 4 o'clock. Kaya pa ba? Kayang-kaya pa. Kaya earlier we talked with Ma'am Abby. I told her na, can I just occupy the floor so I can also ask our audience no, to engage with us? Especially we are talking about the mental health. So I think this is a big opportunity for all of us. That is why when we were listening a while ago with our team, guest speakers, we get a lot of information. And at the same time, I'm sure that you have some questions at the back of your mind. So let us grab this opportunity to ask the details, because we do not want you to think about and you will not get sleep tonight. Kasi hindi naiwan pa po yung mga questions niyo po. Ano? So let us grab this opportunity, let's share about what we know, and at the same time, we can ask. Kasi this is what meant for. Usap tayo. Ano po? Siguro po tayo po muna tayo bago po tayo mag-umpisa at paunlakan po uli natin yung ating mga guest speakers to be with us again on stage. Okay? So we would like to encourage everyone to please stand. Tanggalin po muna natin yung ating mga medyo parang na-frozen, no? Yung ating mga dugo, no? Sa kakaupo at pakikinig. So, kailangan gisingin po natin. Okay, ganito po gawin natin. Napaka-ABC lang po nang gagawin natin ngayong hapon. Kantahin po natin yung, Kumusta ka? Kumusta ka? Tingin sa iyong katabi, sabihin mo, kumusta ka na? O, diba? Tingnan nyo naman ang katabi nyo. Sa likod nyo, tingnan nyo naman. Kasi baka mamaya, yan ang sagot sa ating mga kahilingan. O, diba? Sige, sabayan niyo po ako bago po tayo mag-umpisa sa ating open forum. Sige po. Okay. Kumusta ka? Kumusta ka? Tingin sa... Ano ba? Nakalimutan ka agad, ano? Parang, Doktora, nasan si Doktora Des? Parang may partial dementia na. Okay, ulitin po natin at tumingin po kayo sa iyong mga katabi. Kumusta ka? Kumusta ka? Mukha kang masaya. Tingin sa kanan, tingin sa kaliwa. Sabihin mo, kumusta ka na? Ulitin po, kumusta ka? Kumusta ka? Mukha kang masaya. Tingin sa kanan, tingin sa kaliwa. Sabihin mo, ang cute mo pala. O, diba? Sige. Ngayon lang ba nasabi yan sa inyo? Okay, so thank you so much po. Ma'am Abby, dito
Thank
na
you
lang po
so
ako.
much. Opo, Ma'am Wendy, that's a very good idea. So, once again po, a round of applause to all our esteemed speakers. So, let's begin, no? Dr. Jazel, tama? Jazel, okay po. Kalyeha, round of applause. Garo na wara, giraray sa mga kinaraon. So, kumusta? Okay, and we also have Dr. Edessa Pardel Lagidaw. Another round of applause. Sa roonta, buhayon ta ang sa ating audience. And of course, to Sir Romeo Arnedo. And another round of applause po. And a while ago po, we also heard through the video presentation of Dr. Gibson Gabitan. Sige po, so let's get the ball rolling. Any questions kaya we have so far?
Okay, I think there are some. No, kanina nag-uusap kami, talagang hindi na ito coercion. There is some na LGU because, di ba kanina maganda yung pinag-usapan. So let's hear from our audience, please. Maybe you have some questions that you would like to address, please. From school? From LGU, indeed, because we have the OPD. Ibo-volunteer ko na.
Hello po, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
In regards po sa... Teka lang, kasi hindi naman, nagulat ako. Ano po, in regards po sa mental health programs po, so, especially po sa MH Gap po, Doc. So, currently po kasi nasa ano po kami, I am the MHO po sa Balatan po. By the way, I am Dr. J.N. Carlo Yu. So, we have several cases po na meron po talagang cases of agitation and etc. However po, yung commodities po namin are limited po, especially po the especially example po haloperidol po. So can you give us can you give us alternative po kung wala po kaming mga IM or IV medication na available po sa area po namin? Thank you po.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I think the questions addressing to Dr. Lagida.
Tatawagan po natin si Dr. Gabitan. Sige po, sa ano na lang po, sa psychiatrist na lang po siguro yung sagot ko kasi yung topic ko ACC. So, if there are no available injectables, we utilize po yung mga orodispersible, yung natutunaw po. Meron ang risperidone, meron ang olanzapine. Para hindi lang kayo mag-isip po na walang intervention na pwedeng magawa. Pero syempre, ideal pa rin talaga po yung injection. Kaya lang, because of the limited resources, we can utilize po orodispersible para yung effect niya rin po kasing bilis din ng injection.
Thank you very much po. Meron pa ba?
So we have here from PDO Masbate, Dr. June Orense.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon na pala. So my question is to the PhilHealth representative. I'm Dr. Orense po, the Provincial DOH of Masbate, OIC. So I've seen in the lecture regarding the loss to follow-up. So I would just like to ask, what are the parameters in order for the patient be classified as loss to follow-up? And what are the criteria for reavailment of the services once the patient goes back to the clinics? Thank you.
Okay. Hello. Doc, actually, so specifics of the provision can be accessed sa PhilHealth Circular 2023-0018. Yan po naman sa specifics kito. Sabi ko po kasubago, we'll be talking about the general information of the how to go about with the program, with the accreditation, but on the specifics of how one can avail of a specific service, doon po natin yun makukuha sa provision or sa PhilHealth Circular. Nasa website po siya, Doc.
Thank you very much po, Sir Romeo. So, actually, once that was made public, mahaba siya, So, talagang nandun po lahat ng details, and actually a while ago while just even listening, so I thought, yes, this is a good overview. But even ako po, I have questions on that. Like when we talk about facilities, what are we talking about exactly? Paano yung mga centers, yung gano'n, Plus yung mga specific, even when we talk about the basic packages and the specialized packages, how do you delineate one from the other? Dakulon pong, marami pong kailangan intindihin, in terms of the terms. So really, more in-depth education is needed in order for one, a layman person to understand, what do I need? How do these needs get addressed? And an example is, paano yung follow-up?
Yes po. Actually po, there are 56 pages for that. As to the specifics again, so details po, Doc, we can coordinate with our Leo point person in Masbate. So they are very much available, just like myself, for Albay. Pag may mga queries po, we really make it a point to address the concerns, and we do not make pronouncements po na hindi kami sigurado. So we really look into the provisions kasi hindi namin ma-memorize lahat. So if you can talk po through your point person in Masbate, si Ma'am Roda, she can easily answer your query po. Actually, I can do that now, kaya lang I have to access my laptop. Opo. So again, thank you very much for the question.
Thank Thank you. Anyone else po?
Yes, do we have still from...
Si Dean Jean of Bicol University. Sige, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My question is, marami kasing mga mentally health challenge na mga tao na nasa barangay o paikot-ikot. What are the available services that they can access and who are responsible for them? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Very good question for the community. Actually, all of us, kumbaga, we empowered our health workers from the barangay health workers up to the rural health midwife, nurses, and the doctors. But we lack the training at this moment, we lack the training needed for them. So, kumbaga, mga doctors muna. But then, through the workflow we made, nandun yung access, as I've said, mas nearer sa barangay, but the referral system is in place na makaabot sila sa doctor for the management. And also, the medicines are available at the district level in Sorsogon setting. So, our plan towards that is to capacitate the barangay people like the BHW, the carers of these mentally ill patients, including their families, to capacitate them about addressing this concern sa barangay level. But we started it in providing the flow kung paano ma-access po yung services in Sorsogon City. And that is stipulated in our ordinance. Kaya mandated din yung ating barangay leaders to help in the rendering of services in the barangay level.
Thank you, Dr. Calieja. Yes, there's a follow-up question po. Dean?
Particularly po doon sa mga persons na not within the family, yung mga palaboy-laboy, mga taong grasas. Ano po ang magandang possible na initial na pwedeng magawa sa kanila? Kasi parang andyan lang sila sa street, maraming nakakakita, pero wala man namang babother na bigyan sila na kung anong services or referral.
Okay na po. In Sorsogon City, we address this mga vagrant ba, yung tawag natin sa kanila. Vagrant, yes. We identify them and we locate for their families. And luckily, meron silang mga kapamilya. And we address them, we refer and we give treatment to them. Pero dun sa mga walang kapamilya, hindi ko alam kung how they will address that. But sa amin sa Sorsogon, talagang linocate sino yung kapamilya or nearest kin na pwedeng maging responsible in taking care of them. We provide services kung anong kailangan niya and then the follow-up. Actually, meron ako niyang experience talaga na naka-inspire sa akin to do this study for mental health. May isang mentally ill na napunta sa facility namin, hindi namin alam kung taga saan, kung ano, pero inadapt namin siya for a while sa facility. Binigyan nung pagkain, gamot, and everything. Pinastay for almost 2 months. And then luckily, nakita namin yung family. And then we endorsed the client to the family into the barangay. Ngayon, ano na siya, integrated na sa community and getting better. So, nakita ko doon na kung talagang bibigyan natin sila ng pansin, gumagaling sila at nakiki-integrate pa din sa community. So, sana dito magkaroon tayo ng facility para dun sa mga wala talagang kapamilya na parang, ang sabi nga sa community, drop by ng mga buses sa mga areas lang. Kaya, ang iba sa atin hindi kilala, hindi alam kung taga saan. Meron po at meron yan na nangyayari.
All right. So thank you so
Salamat
much, Dr. Calieja. Okay, so I would like to give no further concept regarding the mental health program. Tama, we would like really recognize the initiative of Sorsogon City, and that is why Sorsogon is one of the champions when it comes to the Mental Health Gap Action Program implementation. Now, I would like to also address some of the issues raised by Dean from the Bicol University. This is the reality, no? this is the reality that in some LGU you can still see some vagrants roaming around. Hindi po ito kaila sa bawat isang LGU na may makikita. So this is still the mirror that we can still see at this point in time. Now, I just would like to give a glimpse on our Republic Act 11036, which is the National Mental Health Act of the Philippines. As per Republic Act 11036, the LGU is actually mandated to establish a community-based mental health at their respective jurisdiction. So that is why when we talk about jurisdiction, it is very clear that it is the jurisdiction of the LGU. And with this very significant event, we would like to further explain since we're talking about the public health issue, mental health issue is not only health issue. It is indeed a social determinants and other factors that may affect one service user. So that is the reason why we are convening each one of us to help each other. Because when we are referring or we want to access or we want to help a service users or a client or a patient, number one, we need informed consent. That is number one. Now, basically, from the legal perspective, we need to ensure that there is an informed consent, and that is one of the difficulty that we would like to convene with the stakeholders. Like of course, we have the key partners like the DSWD, who is also mandated when it comes to the welfare of our service users. So with that, we can now see that there's really a need to talk and collaborate with the other health sectors to come at mag-usapan, paano ba natin i-address ang isang tao nagagala-gala lang at walang pamilya at walang sino man magbibigay ng konsente para mabigyan siya po ng isang intervention. This is a very challenging and very difficult to address. But I believe with the leadership and governance, it can be addressed. Kasi malaki po ang papel ng ating LGU when we talk about addressing the issues. Just like the Sorsogon city, they have already the passage of the MH or Mental Health Ordinance, wherein an opportunity po for them to get resources to mobilize and to bring the patients from level 1, from the community, up to the level 4 to our Bicol Medical Center. So ganun po yung level ng referral. And that is our appeal to every one of our agencies to strengthen our collaboration. But this is the reality. There is still a gap that we need to fill in. Okay, thank you po. Back to you, ma'am.
A big gap that needs to be filled. Salamat po. Kay Banan Digdi, Ma'am Wendy, kasama ka dito sa RPs, sa resource persons natin. So, may side talk kami rito na yung iba po talaga intentionally, pinapasakay ng bus at winawala. So, ibig sabihin, pinapasakay so that they be dropped wherever. Okay? And so, the issue really is there's no family member who can provide care. And then, sa usapin ng legal naman, consent, And I remember another question from last year, Doc, is paano nga kung walang family member who can join the person with psychosocial disability who will need to be endorsed to BMC or the psychiatry department, for example, So, it's really, ano pa ang work way around doon, Doc?
Yung na-remember ko, the social worker around in the locality can, on behalf, initiate the,
Okay, on
can
behalf.
stand on behalf of the family.
Okay. So, meaning to say, pwede naman yung social worker, okay, sa municipal level to stand in on behalf of kung wala nga pong accessible na family member who could be there for the person. Salamat po. Yes po.
I'm very interested in school-based mental health programs.
I have seatmates from DepEd, and I was asking them, is there a structure identified implementing guidelines as to how we can, let's start with the young people, how do we promote mental health, and how do we help those who are already experiencing symptoms of severe stress, or moderate to severe anxiety, or mild to moderate depression, without waiting for that severity to escalate, and then they now become our mental health cases. So I was waiting for this referral system, that structure, but it seems like Sorsogon City is very successful at it, and I hope that the rest of the municipalities here, and even the ones in private institutions, especially schools or public school systems, could also be guided as to how we can have that structured referral system to help to nip it in the bud before it becomes severe. Because according to statistics, 1 out of 10 people would suffer. But before they reach that state, can we do something, especially sa amin po sa college levels? We would identify in the classroom, and right now we're doing some research trying to look at the levels of and severity of anxiety or depression and stresses that the college students are undergoing. And we are at a loss because our mental health personnel, which is our guidance counseling centers, we could not feel that, that readiness to say, oh, let's not wait for the students to become really sick. Let's address it right now. What can we do? Parang walang collaborative spirit, and it's kind of frustrating. Just like yung sinabi ni Dean of BU, na naku na nagabagaw-bagaw. One time, someone with mental health issue, pigpukpok ako sa payo while I was crossing the pedestrian lane, and then the bypasser stopped, hoping to prevent her from attacking me again. And yeah, there are a lot of people. If you just take a 15-minute walk along the road, you can identify three vagrants. And parang nothing is in place, to let's say, as mental health advocates, let's collaborate, probably form a technical working group, and do something to address mental health issues, nip it in the bud, or also address issues of those who are already suffering from mental health disorders. Thank you.
Thank you very much po. No? And any response from our resource persons?
Okay. Sa level
so at
namin,
the level of, we were talking about different settings, no, workplace, and then this afternoon we started talking about community-based mental health, and now there's a question raised on how about in the school setting. And so we're not just talking about DepEd, no, grade school to high school, but also college students. And so what's there? What's in place?
so as I've mentioned in my report, very important yung collaboration and the multi-sectoral approach in dealing this problem. Kasi hindi lang sa health, even all of us should be concerned about mental health. So napakahalaga yung education sector should have on their mental health program, and you can invite expert on how to implement that program, and we can start in advocacy, proactive advocacy, to create awareness among our people about mental health para maging concerned tayong lahat sa mental health. So for that, about the school-based mental health, siguro it should emanate also from your organization, the creation of mental health program in your area. Yun yung sa aking opinion. But we are open for collaboration. Sa Sorsogon City, usually nakakakuha kami ng mga kliyente through the referral of the teachers. And we conduct advocacy sa school po.
Thank you, Dr. Calleja. So, are there any more questions? Sige po.
All right. question?
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Rayina Lopo from the STO Albay. I have certain 2 cases of teacher who had been manifesting psychiatric symptoms. I did history taking, comprehensive history taking, including the MSE and referral to psychiatrist. But these clients doesn't want to submit themselves for a treatment. What can we do for these cases? Thank you.
Ma'am, would you consider that case a psychiatric emergency?
These are considered chronic psychiatric cases, and some of these already diagnosed, however, they are lost of follow-up.
Thank you po, Doc.
If they were referred to the community where that teacher is living or the residents, there are health workers who can help you. Or probably because you're a doctor in the community, ma'am, so you know already yung set up. So kung ayaw talaga, anong gagawin natin?
From school po, ma'am? School? Sorry po. Okay. School po, doktora.
School.
Opo. But those teachers doesn't want to submit themselves for a treatment, even though I have already do a comprehensive physical examination and history taking and referral.
Did we include in the treatment management or plan the other family members na makonvince sila to submit for treatment? Hindi lang yung client but the family members.
I've already tried some of the family members, but sumuko na po sila with this case. Opo.
So kung wala tayong magagawa, if ayaw niya, may right man siya to refuse for the treatment.
Opo.
So close monitoring ang pwede nating gawin. Pag maging violent or whatever, so emergency. Sana wag naman.
Okay.
How about in case of the civil service commission? This patient also going to school for DTR daily. But this patient manifests parang psychiatric symptoms. How about this case in case the patient become
civil school. So we cannot deny na magtatrabaho pa din siya because of human rights. But we have to talk to the head siguro para ma-discuss between that client and the head of that office kung anong pwedeng provisions para sa kanya para to deal with the na walang mga DTR or whatever, magkaroon sila ng agreement kung paano sila gagawa ng conducive or responsive health environment for that client. Hindi naman violent, ma'am.
Hindi naman po. But
Okay.
teachers who already submitted themselves for a treatment. So close follow-up na lang then follow-ups.
All right. So, I think we agree with our esteemed resource person. Kasi I think the issue is more on how it will be referred. Yung referral. Kasi there's a difficulty from the school based on how they can address the issue in the event that they will found it experiencing that kind of condition. I will share some from the program perspective. From the program perspective. From the program perspective, since let's go back with the ABC, no? Kasi para hindi rin tayo ma-confuse, no? All of us mandated, all of us. In fact, in our law, all of the there are key agencies. There are key agencies are mandated to do and implement our mental health program. So when we talk about the program, we're talking about how can we address the mental health issues in the context of putting that in our establishment, whether it is school, whether it is community, or whether it is in the workplaces. Now, if we will put that in the context of some issues relative to mental health condition, you are right. Kasi nga po, ang issue dyan, how can we collaborate? Kasi the point is there's already a condition. Alam na po yung condition. From the school base, there's a responsibility for intensifying, I think, the awareness on the stigma and discrimination. We want to address that, and that is in the kumbaga, jurisdiction of the school, because we believe that will address. There are some teachers might not disclose that they have it. That is number one issues. Kahit meron na silang nakikita na mga manifestation, they will still not accept that, and that is the reality. And this is because of the stigma and discrimination. I think we need to look at it, to view at it on how we can fight on stigma and discrimination, which I believe at our level we can do something to prevent it. Because if we will open our space for this situation, there could be a harmony in terms of coordinating some intervention, because there's already an acceptance. So, in fact, we can already, this is actually a feedback coming from our expert, from our psychiatrist, who's also very generous to give some information. And from the program perspective, we're just trying to connect it on how we will understand the way it will affect the system. So, kung titingnan po natin, paano ba susolusyonan yung mga ganitong mga problema pagka meron pong mga issues ng mental health sa school? Okay, so it will connect from the school to the facility, how it will work, it will refer from the LGU kung saan po siya nandoon. So kaya po pinag-uusapan po natin dito yung collaboration and coordination. Opo. So yun po ang ano doon. Kung saan po, because we're talking to address accessibility, availability, and ready resources to our service users. At hindi po tayo exempted dyan. At tamang-tama po pinag-uusapan natin hindi lang yung ating mga pasyente na walang trabaho. At pinag-uusapan din natin at pinuprotektahan ang well-being ng bawat manggagawa. Okay. So, napakaganda pong issue yan. At I think yun po yung mga kailangan natin pag-usapan at our level. At malinaw po, we have so many existing policies. Starting from the National Mental Health Act, there are defined responsibility how to translate that. And I believe also that there are so many existing policies from the Department of Education and the CHED. Okay, so what we would like is to talk about it on how it will be implemented, or in the event that it was already implemented, was it effective? Was it efficient? At the end of that, kukumustahin natin yung ating mga service user. Okay na ba sila? Okay. So, yun po. And I think, attorney, this is the same issue last year. I think you have something to say about yung mga ganun. Legal at illegal po.
I-add ko lang po, halimbawa, hindi siya fit to work. Example na lang po, kung hindi fit to work ang isang worker, meron naman talaga pong remedy under the law. Ang mental impairment under the law is considered sa sa batas, considered as a disease. And then, it is considered, kung halimbawa, ang kanyang yung existence ng kanyang, meron siyang existing disease or mental impairment, at ito ay nagiging prejudicial na para sa kasama niya sa trabaho, sa kanyang sarili, or yung pagtatrabaho niya is prohibited na ng batas. Pangatlong element is, maaari po siyang matanggal talaga sa trabaho kasi prejudicial na yung yung hindi na siya productive sa work. So maaari po siyang matanggal sa trabaho basta po within the period of 6 months yung kanyang disease is incurable despite na ang tawag diyan ginagabot na nga siya. Pero within the period of that 6 months, hindi na talaga siya gumagaling. So, just cause of termination na po siya sa trabaho. So, meron naman po talagang remedy. So, paano po tatanggalin? Halimbawa, ang taong merong mental health conditions, meron po tayong twin notice requirement. Una, ipaalam sa kanya, i-appraise siya, ano yung ground ng dismissal para sa kanya. Pangalawa, notice na after makapagsagot siya, makapagbigay siya ng kanyang pahayag, talagang yun ang magiging desisyon na talagang dismissal for service talaga ang magiging desisyon sa kanya ng management. Allowed naman po yan ng batas. Kung talagang yung sasabing worst case scenario na po.
Attorney, in our case, this patient already given referral to psychiatrist, but this patient doesn't to submit himself for a treatment.
Pero po sa initial assessment po, ano po talaga meron po ba talaga siyang existing na mental impairment? Ano
Yes
pong
po,
pangalan?
based from the history taking and comprehensive history taking and the SME, then previous history diagnosed with this case. So, nag-submit na po talaga ako ng referral to psychiatrist for evaluation, then proper treatment.
Kailangan po talagang i-appraise siya. Yun lang naman po ang requirement sa batas, twin notice rule. Ipaalam sa kanya, may notice sa kanya na ito yung maaring maging ground or maging cause sa yung dismissal. Kasi sa batas, although kumbaga hindi magandang sabihin na disease, pero dun kasi ang category ng isang mental impairment, disease siya. So authorized cause po talaga yun for dismissal. Pag nakita nyo naman talaga pong prejudicial siya sa yung kanyang performance
Actually,
sa trabaho.
less ang kumbaga less yung mga enrollees dun kasi natakot sa kanya. Oo, yung mga first year na high school, hindi na nagpa-enroll dun sa school na yun. Opo.
Nasa
Then
sa inyo
another
na po
one,
yung maaari pong mag-decide ang school. Maaari din pong tingnan nyo yung tawag dyan, namimit niya pa po ba yung kanyang IPCR, yung mga performance niya. Kung hindi niya namimit yun, kahit hindi tayo pumunta doon sa halimbawa sa ground for dismissal, doon na lang sa mga administrative na rules ng opisina, namimit niya pa po ba yun? Kung hindi na, yun nga sinasabi natin.
Actually, hindi na po siya napasok. Napasok lang magta-time in siya, then aalis, then pag may time out, babalik sa school.
Termination po yun. Gamitin natin yung sa civil service rule na, tawag dyan, wala naman siyang nire-render na
Kaya nga,
service.
hirap na po kami, pati yung school head doon, kasi palaging natawag sa akin, kasi kung anong
na po
gagawin
yun.
namin doon.
Pwede naman gamitin
Opo.
natin
We
yung civil
already-
service rules.
Opo. Bali, po kami sa legal officer, di ba may legal officer
Opo.
yung division? So, yung ang niya is just serve muna, then basta wala sinabing ground for dismissal. Pero actually, several years na po yun. Pero ako kasi baguhan sa Division of Albay. Pero ginawan ko po talaga siya ng kasi, kumbaga nakaka-perwisyo na sa dun sa school na yun.
Maaari na pong gamitin sa kanya. Wag na lang po natin gamitin, halimbawa, yung sa mental health law. Yun na lang pong administrative sanctions kasi hindi naman po maganda na magta-time in ka, uwi ka sa bahay mo, tapos balik ka para mag-time out. Loofing na po yun. So, doon pa lang maaring maging grounds yun na palaging consecutive, ilang consecutive halimbawa, months mo nang ginagawa, ayun, grounds po yun for dismissal sa isang civil service servant. Di man po yun magandang image ng isang public servant sa government service.
Thank you so much, Doktora and Attorney Marcaida. Nako, may nagre-raise pa ng hand. Pwede pa ba ng isa? Okay po. Yes po, sir.
Good afternoon po, ma'am. I'm from PNP. I'm Police Captain Neftali Resurrection. Actually, ma'am, doon sa concern lang po ni ma'am, gusto ko lang po baka sakaling makatulong sa insights po. Regarding po dun sa concern niya kung papaano po. Kasi meron po akong similar experience sa amin sa PNP. Ma'am, ang ginawa ko po doon sa akin, ma'am, na ayaw pong mag-submit for the intervention is binigyan po namin ng psychoeducation kung ano po ba yung magiging epekto ng kanyang treatment, ano po yung possible na magandang magiging outcome nito. At the same time, ma'am, kinausap din namin yung mga relatives doon sa magiging magandang outcome nito. And at the same time, ma'am, ang ginawa din namin, since sa PNP po kami, ginawa din namin reference nga yung law para kung sakaling hindi pa rin po siya mag-submit, yun po yung pwede niyang isipin na pag hindi siya mag-submit sa ganitong intervention, maaari po siya ma-subject for termination or awol po.
Actually, I already did a psycho education with the co-workers, the teachers and the head teachers, and other personnel in that school, together with the family members, but nothing happens.
That's the tricky, difficult part, navigating, discussing with our concerned people with potential, or at this, in this case, identified with person with disability, with mental health condition. So perhaps another way is to really seriously talk about other barriers. Alamin bakit ayaw mo. No? And then one barrier mentioned is the stigma and discrimination. Pero baka may iba pa. I'm not sure, if we are able to get to the bottom of that, and if the person is even open to really talking about these things. So one thing, siguro as listening, observing, yes, mental health is everybody's concern. But even as personally po, working at the community level, champions are needed. No? So, wag po tayong ma-intimidate, wag po natin isipin na wala akong titulo or wala akong kapasidad. If you really have this care, yung compassionate care for the person in front of you, for the community in general, then let's be that champion needed in wherever setting we are in. So, that's why we're having these kinds of of events, so that mas mapalalim po yung ating pong sense of mission in championing promotion of mental health. So let's end on that note. Maraming salamat po once again to all our speakers and to all of you for this engaging conversation. Thank you.
And thank you very much to our panelists and our moderators for that very insightful discussion.
Right now, we would like to acknowledge Dr. Rose Maria B. Rempilio, Assistant Regional Director, DOH Bicol CHD. And also Dr. Janish Alcala Arellano, OIC Chief, LHSD DOH.
Ayan, so good afternoon po, ARD Rose and Doc Janish. Welcome po. So to proceed po to our awarding, let us recognize the invaluable and knowledge that our dear resource speakers have shared with us today for our second session of our plenary talks. So, to read the citation, of course, let us invite with us here to the stage our Assistant Regional Director of the DOH Bicol CHD, Dr. Rosa Maria B. Rempilio. And of course, joining ARD Rose is the OIT Local Health Support Division Chief of the DOH Bicol CHD, Dr. Janish E. Alcala Arellano. To read the citation of awards, Republic of the Philippines, Department of Health, Bicol Center for Health Development, of recognition is awarded to the following. In grateful recognition of their invaluable contribution and unwavering support to the implementation of mental health program and as resource person during the 10th Bicol Mental Health Convention at Legazpi City, given this 26th day of November 2024 at Legazpi City Convention Center, Legazpi City. Starting with the head department, Bicol Medical Center, Dr. Edessa M. Parde Lagidao.
Another is from the City Health Office of Sorsogon City, Dr. Jazel Calleja. From PhilHealth Regional Office 5, Mr. Romeo Arnedo Jr.
Okay, so, ayan. So, photo op muna po tayo. Alright, so thank you very much once again to our resource speakers.
And now may we request, of course, Dr. Rosa Maria B. Rampillo, Dr. Janice Alcala Arellano, and Ms. Wendeline Baluis to remain on stage. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we take this special moment to express our deepest gratitude and appreciation to our champion partners in the implementation of the mental health programs and services. The Pasasalamat Award and recognition honors the unwavering dedication and invaluable contributions of our decade awardees, Bicol Council for Mental Health members who have been steadfast partners in advancing mental health initiatives over the years. Through their tireless efforts, we have witnessed the impact of commitment, compassion, and collaboration in shaping a brighter future for mental health in the Bicol region. Today, we celebrate their legacy of service and their inspiring journey with us. And of course, we now proceed to the award, to award a plaque of appreciation. Of course, nandiyan na po sa stage si Ms. Wendeline Baluis, Dr. Rose Maria B. Rampillo, the Assistant Regional Director, DOH, Bicol CHD, and again, Dr. Janice Alcala Arellano, the OIC Chief, LHSD of DOH.
Alright, so to read the citation, this plaque of appreciation is awarded to the following for active participation and unwavering support to the implementation of the mental health program during the 10th Bicol Mental Health Convention and Mental Health Fair at Legazpi City, given this 21st day of November 2024 at Legazpi City Convention Center, Legazpi City.
The first partner to receive the award is the Bicol Medical Center, with its head Dr. Ronnie Gregorio B. Gigantoni III, to be represented by Dr. Edessa Padre Lagidao, head of the Psychiatry Department. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Next to receive the award, Bicol Regional Hospital and Medical Center, with its head, Eric Raymond and Raborar, MD, to be represented by Dr. Marilu Kabakang, neuropsychiatrist. Next award goes to Malinao Treatment and Rehabilitation Center, with its head, Dr. Fulbert Alec R. Giliego, MD, to be represented by Mr. John Roque L. Concepcion, Chief Health Program Officer. Thank you very much. Next to receive the award, Camarines Sur Treatment and Rehabilitation Center, with the head, Maria Lourdes M. Anson, MD. Thank you very much. Next to receive the award, the Philippine National Police, headed by Police Brigadier General Andre Perez Dizon, to be represented by Police Captain Neptali M. Resurrection, Chief NPS RMDU 5. All right, thank you very much. Next to receive the award, the Department of Education, with the head, Dr. Gilbert T. Sadsad, to be represented by Jerome B. Bino. Next to receive the award, Bicol University, with the head, Dr. Baby Boy Benjamin D. Nebres III. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much. The next is the Department of Labor and Employment, with its head, Director Maria Zenaida A. Angara Campita, CESO 3, to be represented by Rizales A. Vargas. All right, next to receive the award, ladies and gentlemen, the Commission on Human Rights, with its head, Attorney Arlene Alanco, to be represented by Attorney Lorraine A. Marcaida. All right, next to receive the award, ladies and gentlemen, the Department of the Interior and Local Government, with a head Attorney Arnaldo E. Escobar Jr., to be represented by Miss Maria Pia M. Salamenyo. All right, ladies and gentlemen, next to receive the award, the Department of Social Welfare and Development, with its head Director Norman S. Lorio, to be represented by Zenny Moros.
Thank you very much to our Decade Award. Now, let us move on to the awards for our booths of our mental health fair, starting with the Bicol Medical Center.
Next, PHO Camarines Norte.
Bicol University College of Nursing.
Next, Malinao Treatment, Rehabilitation, and Treatment Facility.
Malinao Treatment and Rehabilitation and Treatment Facility.
Camarines Sur Treatment and Rehabilitation Center.
Local Government Unit of Sorsogon City.
Local Government Unit of Tigaon, Camarines Sur.
Local Government Unit of Ligao City, Albay.
Local Government Unit of Tabaco City, Albay.
Local Government Unit of Virac, Catanduanes.
Local Government Unit of Milagros, Masbate.
Local Government Unit of Castilla, Sorsogon. Thank you very much to all of our outstanding decade awardees. Of course, this convention would not be complete without recognizing the invaluable and exemplary efforts of our partners in the mental health program.
Up next, we take a moment to reflect on the journey and achievements of the Bicol Mental Health Program. This video presentation highlights the key milestones we've reached, the lives we've touched, and the progress we've made toward fostering a healthier and resilient Bicolano community. Together with these milestones, we also proudly share the heartfelt commitments of our partners, stakeholders, and advocates as we unite to continue advancing mental health initiatives in our region. Let us now watch and be inspired.
kumusta po kayo? Ako po si Miss Wendy Balis po. Ako po ang Regional Program Manager ng Department of Health, Bicol Center for Health Development. Nagsimula po ang Bicol Council for Mental Health sa tulong po ng direktiba at ng framework ng ating pong tinatawag na mga polisiya ng Department of Health. Noong taon po na 2013 ay nakapag-experience ng medyo difficulty when it comes to the establishment ng ating mental health program sapagkat konti lang po yung ating mga stakeholders. But because of our commitment, at nakita po natin yung pangangailangan ng ating pong mga service users na mabigyan po sila ng mga mental health services, ang ating pong samahan, katulong po ng NGO, katulong ng mga iba pa pong mga national government agencies ay hinimok po natin na sumali po sa ating pong Bicol Council for Mental Health. Sapagkat ninanais po natin na abutin ang ating pong mission na mental health and well-being for Filipino. Ini-ensure po natin na ang bawat Filipino or Bicolano ay napapahalagahan, napopromote ang kanilang kagalingan o well-being at napoprotektahan ang basic rights ng Pilipino. Meron po kami mga technical assistance na ibinibigay at yan po ay ang mga trainings, orientation o capacity building na binibigay po natin sa ating mga partners sa local government units at iba pa pong mga stakeholders. Maliban po dyan ay sinusiguro po natin na magkaroon po tayo ng malakas at pundasyon sa pagbibigay po ng mga mental health services sa tulong po ng ating mga health facilities, mga DOH hospital, mga acute psychiatric unit na kung saan po ay napanood niyo kanina na meron po tayong mga champion sa pagbibigay po ng mental health services. Sa ngayon po ay meron po tayong tinatawag na Mental and Neurological Substance Use Registry na kung saan po ang ating pong mga pasyente or service users ay nagtala ang numero sa bawat probinsya at munisipyo. At makikita po natin kung gaano po karami o mataas ang numero na nangangailangan po ng ating mental health services at the primary health setting. Kasama po dyan ang ating Bicol Medical Center Psychiatric Department sa pangunguna at pagtuturo po ng Mental Health Draft Action Program sa ating po mga health service providers na kabilang po ang mga doktor, nurses po at iba pa. Ang pagpopromote po ng ating mental health o isip upang po magkaroon po ng malalim na pag-uunawa at tamang pag-uunawa ng mental health, lalong-lalo na po sa panahon ng mga krisis at kalamidad. Ang Bicol Council for Mental Health po ay patuloy po na nagbibigay ng payo at pinag-uusapan ang mga masinsinan ang mga issues and concerns upang matugunan lahat po ng mga pangangailangan ng ating mga komunidad. Pinalalakas din po natin ang ating mga advokasya at sinusulong po yung tinatawag natin na substance use prevention upang masiguro po natin na ang bawat Pilipino po ay ligtas sa anumang pong droga. Importante na ang bawat isa ay nagtutulungan, nagbibigayan at nagsusuporta. So ito po ang nakita po natin sa ating mental health program sa tulong po ng ating ahensya, ng nangunguna, ng Department of Health, Bicol CHD, at ang ating pong mga stakeholders sa tulong po ng ating Bicol Council for Mental Health. Kami po ay nagagalak sapagkat nakikita po natin yung progress ng ating mga samahan. Marami na po yung ating nakikiisa sa ating pong layunin na mapabuti po ang sub-isip ng bawat isa. Sa tulong din po ng ating National Mental Health Act ay mas lalo pong luminaw ang aming pong mga mandato, ang mga roles and responsibilities ng bawat isa at tulong-tulong po tayong ibuusan ang pag-implement po ng mas mabuti at maganda pong mental health program.
Hello, I am Denisha Nina S. Gariba from the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Region 5. As we celebrate the 10th Bicol Mental Health Congress come Mental Health Fair, let us take this moment to reflect, prioritize our well-being, and support one another. Together with the Bicol Council for Mental Health, TESDA upholds the mental health law in developing policies and programs to raise awareness, provide services, and promote mental health in the education and the workplace.
I am Fulbright Alec Iliago, the Chief of Hospital 3 of Malinao
Treatment and Rehabilitation Center, we are committed in providing comprehensive and holistic interventions for persons who use drugs, ensuring their mental well-being, and fostering their transformation into productive members of the society.
Hello, fellow advocates. I'm Robert from the Department of Education Regional Office 5. We at DepEd RO5 have been very proactive in advocating and integrating the importance of mental health in the curriculum. We actually have this line in our department, which is the Care for Carers, that recognizes the commitment of our department in giving our teachers the care they deserve for them to be able to also provide a safe space for our young learners. Bansang makabata, batang makabansa.
The Philippine National Police Regional Medical and Dental Unit 5 is mandated to provide a holistic healthcare services to PNP personnel, their dependents, and authorized civilians. We are committed to support and to take an active part in the implementation of the plans and programs of the Department of Health Bicol Council for Mental Health. Dahil sa bagong Pilipinas, ang gusto ng pulis, ligtas ka. Kumusta po? Ako si Mayan Reyes ng OWA Bicol. Ang OWA ay patuloy na naglulunsad ng mga programa at serbisyo upang matugunan ang pangangailangan patungkol sa kaginhawahan ng isip, puso at damdamin hindi lamang ng mga manggagawang Pilipino at ng kanilang pamilya. Bagkus, higit sa lahat ang kawani nito. Ika nga, kapag maginhawa ang kawani, masigla siyang makapagsisilbi. Kaya, napapanahon na po to prioritize mental health in the workplace. Mula sa OWA Bicol, Happy Mental Health Month. Mabuhay in behalf of the Provincial Health Office of Camarines Norte. One of the programs and recently established in our province is the Camarines Norte Mental Health Psychosocial Support Team. Our 82 trained health workers were ready to support and help in time or aftermath of disaster and calamity. I am Attorney Lorraine Marcaida, a representative from the Commission on Human Rights Region 5. The Commission on Human Rights recognizes mental health as a fundamental human right and remains committed to advocating for initiatives that reduce stigma and promote support for mental health in the workplace. Through our mandate under Republic Act 11036, we emphasize the importance of protecting the mental well-being of all individuals, ensuring a work environment that respects and supports mental health needs.
Hello, I'm Lucy Iligan from the Department of Migrant Workers, and we are tasked to protect the rights and promote the welfare of our migrant workers and their families. And so, one of our commitments is to promote psychosocial well-being, not just the OFWs and their families, but also the workers. Let's strive for harmony between mind and our body.
I, Odette Rijuso Gonzalez of Bicol University College of Nursing, pledge to commit to the promotion of mental health awareness through education campaigns, training programs, and maintain mental health support services like our Tranquila Lounge to ensure that mental health is prioritized as an essential component of overall student welfare and institutional development. Together, let us prioritize our mental health because there is no health without mental health.
Hello! Magandang araw! Let us use this opportunity to create workplaces that support every employee's well-being and pave the way for a future where every Filipino feels true ginhawa. Thank you for your dedication to this important cause. Together, we can make a lasting difference.
It is time to prioritize mental health in the workplace.
Ayan, maraming salamat po sa lahat ng ating mga partners dito sa ating mental health program. Ayan, so napaka-overwhelming ang dami pong nagpahayag ng kanilang messages of commitment and support para sa ating shared goal na talagang magkaroon tayo ng healthier and happier individuals in the future. Di ba, sir?
Yes, tama nga. And actually, it's very touching to see yung mga commitments and messages ng
Yes.
ating mga partners and stakeholders.
So as sad as we are na this convention is now coming to a close, we have with us here to formally close our 10th Mental Health Convention. Let us all welcome the OIC, Local Health Support Division Chief of the Department of Health, Bicol Center for Health Development, Dr. Janish E. Alcala Arellano.
A round of applause, please.
Hello. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. To our guests, Attorney Lorraine Marcaida, Attorney 4 of the Commission on Human Rights, Dr. Jim Ray Baloloy, Chairperson of the Psychological Association of the Philippines, Bicol Chapter, Dr. Edesa Parde Lagidao, the Head of Psychiatry Department, Bicol Medical Center, Dr. Froilan Ace Jeronimo, Psychiatry Department of the Bicol Medical Center, Dr. Jacel Calleja, City Health Office, Sorsogon City, Sir Romeo Arnedo of the PhilHealth, Dr. Benjamin Nebres III, Bicol University President, and of course our very own Dr. Rosa Maria Rimpilio, our Assistant Regional Director, Program Managers, DOH Bicol CHD staff, fellow health workers from the LGUs na nandito po, and other partners, other guests, and ladies and gentlemen. So as we conclude today's fruitful gathering, let us carry forward the insights and actionable strategies shared by our esteemed speakers. This event has highlighted the importance of prioritizing mental health, not just in our workplaces, but across all sectors of our communities. From understanding mental health issues and preventive measures to exploring innovative community-based models and strengthening access to health services, each session has underscored our shared responsibility to foster a culture of mental health and well-being. Together, let us work towards creating an inclusive and supportive environment where every individual can thrive. Thank you to everyone who made this event a resounding success, our resource persons whose expertise and insights have enriched our understanding, our organizers and facilitators, headed by Ma'am Wendy Baluis, who meticulously planned and executed this program, and our partners, whose engagement and active participation have truly brought this event to life. Each of you has played a vital role in making this gathering not only informative, but also a stepping stone towards actionable change in our workplaces and communities. Your collective efforts exemplify the power of collaboration in addressing mental health issues, and for that we are deeply grateful. Let us carry the momentum from today into our respective fields and continue advocating for a healthier, more inclusive community and society. Let us remain committed to championing mental health in all aspects of our lives. From the Department of Health, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, Dr. Janish Alcala Arellano. Okay, so before we actually officially close, may we request all of our participants to please stand up for the last time. Stand up po tayo. Ayan. So as we come to the end of this meaningful gathering and to wrap up the learnings, the discussions, and this activity, let us all join us in singing the song, Heal the World. Let us take this moment to truly feel this message, a message or a call for unity, compassion, and healing that resonates deeply with the work we do and the lives that we touch. May this song inspire us to carry forward the spirit of care and connection, creating a world where everyone can thrive in both mind and heart.
There's a I know that it is love. And this place will be much brighter than tomorrow. And if you really try, you'll find there's no need to cry. In the place you will feel no hurt or sorrow. Ways to get there when you care enough for a living. Make a little space, make a better place. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying when you care enough for the living. Make a better place for you and for me. If you want to know why, there's a love that cannot lie. Love is strong, only cares for joyful giving. If we try, we shall see. In this bliss we cannot feel. Fear of dread, stop existing and start living. Feels a long ways of climbing up for growing to make a better world, make a better world, heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying when you care enough for the living. Make a better place for you and for me. And the world we once to live will shine again in ways. Then why the people struggling hard? Being we could fly so high that our spirits never die. In my heart, I feel you are all my brothers. Break the world with no fear. Together, happy tears. See the nations turn their sword into plowshares. Really get there if you care enough for the living. Make a little space, make a better place. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying if you care enough for the living. Make a better place for you and for me. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying if you care enough for the living. Make a better place for you and for me. Make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying, and if you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. There are people dying, if you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. There are people dying, if you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. You and for me. You and for me. You and for me.
Saving
Ayan. So once again, thank you everyone to coming to our 10th Bicol Mental Health Convention here at the Legazpi City Convention Center. So,
Okay, once again, we extend our heartfelt appreciation to all who participated in today's 10th Mental Health Convention. We have been doing this for the 10th time, but our campaign for mental health has been stronger than ever. Let us continue to forge partnerships and improve the implementation of our program at the grassroots level.
tara na at mag-care for yourself and care for others because mental health matters. This has been Maite Denise U. Bobbies from the Department of Health Bicol Center.
DOHCHD, DOHCHD, Servisyo Salud Bicolo. Kita ako, kita gabos, magkarabang, magkaigwang, maray na salud. DOH may dekalagad na servisyo. Madaling dulog ko nagtatawag nagpapadaba.